Okay, I'm back. Hello. She will not put this on the test because she doesn't know the answers herself and cannot grade fairly. I would say that's true. I mean, no one knows the answer. When the whole quiz is just one question and open book and your professor is Trebonius Arthurius. Who? Anyway, enough of that complicated business, am I right? It only took us almost 2 hours to talk about. It's so funny how like how much longer it is when I actually do the stream compared to like when I practice it. Because literally I practiced it today and I was able to do it so fast, like compared. It's ridiculous. I'm pretty sure the lore writers don't know the answers either. I mean, maybe they don't want to answer it because it's more exciting that it's like secretive. I don't know. Anyway, now we're going to get on to the next Elder Scrolls Online expansions. Also, tell me if the music is too quiet or too loud, please. Thank you very much. Right, so we've got, first of all, an honorable mention. I'm not going to talk about this too much. First of all, because I couldn't find anything on it, but also because I didn't think it's very interesting. It's the same reason why I didn't like Dragonflight World of Warcraft expansion, because I don't think dragons are interesting, okay? I don't want to... Dragons are cool. Don't get me wrong. Dragons can be sick. Alduin was so cool, but this, not my thing. Anyway, this expansion is basically about Abnur Tharn, who we've seen before. He was one of the 5 companions of the Emperor Varen that disappeared. He is looking for a demon weapon that could end the 3-banner war. Yes, the 3-banner war is still going on. Now, to do this, you have to collect in-game 2 halves of something called the Wrath Stone that could release this ancient weapon. Now, it turns out the weapons were actually ancient dragons, which you have now released into elsewhere. Nicely done. Now, together with these ancient dragons was also a dragon called Calgron Teeth, who is an ancient dragon from the Merethic era. We've actually talked about him shortly before. He was actually imprisoned by a group of 5 legendary Khajiit. He wanted to dominate the land and consume the moon lunar power of the Yode's core. Now, the Yode, if you don't know, I think that's how you say it. That's one of the moons of our Nirn. Yes, he wanted to become Akatosh's equal. That was his goal, and now he's back. Nice. Now, in the southern part of Elsphere, you and Sei Sahan, who is one of the other 5 companions of Varen, the previous emperor, you together focus on rebuilding the Dragon Guard, which is how they were called before, but now we know them as the Blades. They are an order of dragon slayers. So obviously you want to rebuild them to fight Calgron Teeth. With this Dragon Guard and Sei Sahan, you eventually, spoiler alert, defeat Calgron Teeth. Yes, that's all I'm gonna say about that because I didn't think it was very interesting. That's just racist. No, it's not. I just don't like dragons. I just don't think their storylines are usually interesting. Except Alduin, obviously, and Parthenax, obviously. Now, obviously, I can't be doing this with every expansion, so now we're gonna go over to the expansion of Greymoor, which is much more interesting. So this expansion starts with an investigation into Ice Reach Coven on behalf of King Jorunn, there he is again, the leader of the Ebonheart Pact. They want to uncover this supernatural plot that threatens Skyrim. Now, the final arc of this expansion actually surrounds Rada al-Saran. So this guy, Rada al-Saran, who is actually an ancient... What is this? I'm doing a lore stream. How are you? Hello. I just saw that maybe I should move myself a bit so you can see the screen better. Yes. So he was an ancient Yokudan warrior who claimed to match the gods in the way of the sword. Rada Asaran was born in Yokuda. He was among the Ragada Ansei warrior wave. The Ansei were also known as the Sword Saints. They were the greatest of the sword singers, which I will explain once again in a part that I'm going to add to the VOD because it was just too much to add here. But yeah, so the Ansei are basically the best of the sword singers, which is a type of warrior in Yokuda. Oh, we in the islands. Yeah. Now, he migrated to Hammerfell to escape Yokuda after it was sinking. Now, after claiming Hammerfell, Rada al-Saran claimed to match the gods in the way of the sword, and so he confronted goddess Leki. She was also known as the Saint of the Spirit Sword. She is the goddess of swordsmanship and divine daughter of Tal Papa. He is one of the most important of the Yokudan pantheon. Yes. Bethesda, imagine playing in a whole of Nirn rather than just a small portion. Bethesda, you made a game with multiple planets. You need to make one right. This is true. Part 4 of a 20 plus something hour all of Elder Scroll lore stream. Yes, indeed. It's been going on for a while. Please unpopulate it like a proper planet. I want the Elder Scrolls Kerbal Space Planet Edition with space exploration. I want to stay in Nirn. Although I would like it if we went to like the Daedric realms a bit more. Are Redguards descendants of those dudes? Yes. The Redguards are Yokudans. So they originally came from Yokuda. They then moved to Hammerfell and eventually became the Redguards. Yeah, imagine invading Daedric realms instead of the other way around. Well, actually, in the Elder Scrolls Online, you do get to go to the Daedric realms. Some of them. I don't know how expansive, though, because, Dragonborn Shout, Powdered Rock, please. Rocket, please, sorry. Yes. But yeah, anyway, sorry, you're distracting me. Rada al-Saran confronted goddess Leki. He wanted to duel her. When he arrived, Leki had taken the shape of the warrior of sand, wielding a blade of the hardest rock. For 3 days and 3 nights, they dueled, with neither gaining the upper hand. Now, in the last-ditch attempt to finish the fight, Rada struck the weakest point of his opponent's blade and split it in two, which caused a great sandstorm to split the horizon. The duel was a draw, which infuriated Rada. Hello, whatever. How are you today? Hello. Did they forget their roots? The Yokudans? No, they very much didn't. It's just Yokuda sank, so they can't go back. they fled, actually. Yes. Now, years later, Rada ended up joining something called the Grey Host, which is governed by the Grey Council. It is an army of werewolves and vampires led by King Styrage of Verkarth. Now, Styrage actually had made a deal with Molech-Baal, which swore him to serve him upon dying. Upon the Grey Host's defeat at Bangkorai garrison in the year of the First Era, 1029, many of Rada's fellows, many of his brothers and sisters in arms, became trapped in Molech-Baal's realm Cold Harbor, which included King Styrage. Rada ended up surviving and looked eons and eons for a way to bring back his 12 brothers and sisters in arms, except one guy named Verandas, who apparently betrayed him. Now, how? I don't know. I didn't play the game, but like he did. Now, around the same time as like every freaking around the time that every stupid Elder Scrolls Online expansion takes place. For some reason, like, all the expansions are in the same year. I don't understand why they've done this. Like, am I missing something? Am I missing something? Is this really the last lore stream? We still are in the first era. Trust the process, trust the process. We can do this. Fight on, fight on. We'll be fine. We're now at the 463rd slide. Only 40 left. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, well, actually, 37 slides. I mean, you could have sank like 3,000 years before Skyrim, so they probably lost a bit of connection to it. Well, from my understanding, they are still very much like rooted in tradition. Like, they still have very much, you know, their sword singing. Well, to some degree. They've still got their mythical beliefs, you know, all that is still very much present. So I don't know how similar they are to the original Yukudans, but I still think they're very much alike, from my understanding anyway. But yes, so in 582, once again, Radha actually resurfaced as a vampire lord and new leader of the Grey Hosts, so the army of werewolves and vampires. And then he was called the Ashen Lord. He still sought to free his brothers and sisters in arms from the clutches of Malachbal. So during the DLC, Jordan the Skald King actually gets kidnapped, no, by Radha to turn him into a vampiric sleeper agent, also called a spy. Radha then also approached High King Svargrim of Solitude, promising great power in exchange for his help, allowing his sleeper agents free reign across western Skyrim. Now, Radha's ultimate goal was to unleash a massive harrow storm within Solitude, but this was stopped when the vestige, so the player, with the help of Lyris Titanborn, the Altmer vampire Fenorian, and Svagrim's own daughter. So this guy's daughter. Hello? Hello? Hello! Welcome, Raiders! How are you today? Hello, hello! We're doing a lore stream. How are you today? Welcome, 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 welcome. But yeah, sorry, where was I? So, you, the Vestige, together with Lyris Titanborn, Fenorion, and Svana, who is the daughter of Svargrim and Svana. They have a very similar name. I never understand when this happens. Why would you name your child similar to you? So confusing. Like calling yourself John Jr. Wait, no, calling your child John Jr. is just so stupid. Why would you do that? Anyway, how is your stream? What did you get up to? Hello, hello. Wait, Frog, hi, how have you been? Hello. Hello there. Hello, Raiders, take a seat and grab a notebook. Yes, 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 I've got spare pencils for everyone. Yeah, right? When you could just shorten it, just John your... That's terrible. Hi, I'm alright, how are you? I'm okay, I'm chilling, just doing more lore, you know, I've been doing this for like 4 streams straight. I think in total we're... How much have we done? Actually, I'll call him Mini-Me. Yes, so stupid. But yeah, I think we've done 4 streams in total. The first stream was 6 hours, and 3 hours. Wait, actually, was it? No, wait. Oh my god, I don't even remember. I think we've done 2 streams of 6 hours, and then 1 stream of 3 hours. The Elder Scrolls lore is so deep. It really is. That's why you've done short of 20 hours. I didn't think so. Christ. Anyway, let's continue before we can never finish. But thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Yeah, sorry. So, Svargrim and Radha, they made a deal so that Radha could have sleeper agents around. Now, he actually wanted to create a harrow storm in Solitude. Not Stormwind, oh my god, where am I? In Solitude. But this was stopped by the Vestige, by Lyris, by Fenorion, and Svargrim's own daughter, Svana. They exposed his treachery and then slew him, and before that, they also saved Jorun, Skald King. Thank God. But, however, this did actually not stop Radha. Radha Asaran and his grey host encroached on the reach, looking for the Dark Heart. Once again, the Dark Heart comes up. Of Lorkhan to sever their contract with Malachbal, slaughtering any Reach clans that stood in their path. Now, someone called Lady Blaine, who had made a pact with Radha centuries before, joined Al-Saran's cause. She was planted as a fake advisor to Art Kadak of the Black Drake clan. He was a rich man who was a governor of Markarth at the time, and convinced him to encourage the fearful Reach clans to take refuge in Markarth. This was actually a ploy to gather all the mortals to be sacrificed to fuel the awakening of the Dark Heart. Now, House Ravenwatch, which you also do a whole quest line with, this is a house that secretly consists of vampires who have vowed to use their power for good. King Emmerich actually knew of their existence, but keeps a secret because they think they're good people. Anyway, House Ravenwatch then assaults Lady Bolaine's Night Hollow Keep under Blackreach and discovers the heart deep within this keep's depths, as well as the ongoing ritual to awaken this dark heart. But sadly, it was too late, and the heart was already reawoken, pulling the souls of Markarth's citizens into it, and resurrecting the Night Hollow clan from its ashes. A bunch of things happened that I didn't write down because I thought it was silly to say all that. Namira intervened at one point, here she is, and eventually Lady Belaine does get killed, but sadly they did fail to stop the Dark Heart from sucking in all those souls. Sadness. Onyxia something for the Alliance. Yes, indeed. Stormwind, the famous North capital. Yeah, don't you know? Skyrim belongs to the gnomes. God, no. I hope not. That'd be the end of the world. Anyway. The Dark Heart then remained a lingering threat as it was awakened, but not at full capacity. And Arkanzan's orrery, which I didn't know what this is, right? I know what Arkanzant is because we've just been over that. That was the library, that was the place where the research center or library was for the Aetherium that the Dwemer created in Skyrim. Well, in this place, there is something called an orrery. And an orrery is apparently a mechanical model of a solar system. So that's what this is. Because I could not find what it was. And I was like, what the fuck is this? Yes. So we went with real words. This orrery remained charged with void energy, and although Lady Belaine was gone, she managed to buy time for Radha Asaran to tie the heart's energy to the grey host, further laying down the foundations for his plans. Now, Radha had actually opened a gateway into his sanctuary realm of Greyhaven, using the orrery as a map and the Dark Heart as a power source and gateway for his plans. Greyhaven itself is a piece of land sundered from the Reach during the Plane Meld, and is caught in the void between Mundus and Oblivion. Using the Dark Heart, they could actually anchor their souls to this sanctuary realm, leading to their contract to be severed with Malachbal. So the main thing they wanted to do was sever the contract with Malachbal and get his companions back. Now, inside his sanctuary realm, Radha was actually conjuring an apocalyptic storm from within, known as the Dark Storm, that would consume all the souls in the Reach to then complete his goals. Luckily, Verandis that we mentioned before as the betrayer actually betrayed him again. He outwitted him and then eventually turned the power of the Dark Heart against Radha and killed him. Hooray! Yes. I don't actually know if the souls were returned to the citizens in Markarth. I'm assuming not. Don't know. I didn't play the game, but this is all I know. You're welcome. Anyway. Malchballin. Malchball again? Malchball is all over the place. I'd say order some more, but sushi is expensive as fuck. I'm sad. I ate all my sushi now. I have none left to eat. Oh, sushi's so good, but like so expensive. That's why I always buy 2 sushi, so I can have one to drown my sorrows in when I get sad for eating up the first one. I see. 2 sushi is not very much. Oh my fucking god. I just read your username. It's 10 out of 10. My god, I love it. I'm a tuna in low Earth orbit. I don't understand, but you are a tuna, yes. Anyway, then we've got a short mention again before more long Elder Scrolls Online lore. I'm so sorry that it's so long, but there's so much to talk about. So we've got another honorable mention. We've got Blackwood. So the Blackwood expansion is basically about Maron's Dagon this time, not Bolnachball. He actually was involved with the Longhouse Emperors. They had a pact in his first attempts to invade Nirn. So he was supposed to give the Longhouse Emperors power, but it had dire consequences for the people of Blackwood and all of Tamriel. The player finds out that they operate in a small demiplane in Oblivion called Fargrave, which opens portals to the Deadlands, so Dagon's realm. So basically, it involves the Longhouse Emperors. It involves Maron's Dagon. That's all I know. I didn't really like do any more research. It does sound interesting. I'm gonna be honest, but I couldn't find anything. Like, once again, a lot of the lore that I found was like a coincidence. It was a coincidence. I've got like no clue. Like some I just found because I found a name that was included in this lore, and then I was able to find more on it, but like something that I just couldn't find. I'm not anti-orc, but that dude looks like he's on his way to being more orc than any other mer. Who? This guy? Who? Yes. Anyway, then we have the High Isle and Fire Song expansions. So in this expansion, we've got 2 parts that I'm going to talk about. But he's not a mer either, though. The Daedra don't have a solid form. They don't have a solid gender. They kind of can represent them as whatever, really. So they're not actually mer. They're just Daedra. They're gods. They're not tied to any race. Yes. Anyway, so in the High Isle expand, is this to get us ready for the April update of the Elves? I actually don't play. I hope you're getting partnered. That'd be so funny. No, probably not. No. I've never played Elder Scrolls Online in my life. Well, actually, no, that's a lie. I have played like a few minutes, but I don't know anything about it. Like, I've not actually played it. I don't know what it's like. I've just like found all this lore online. I've just included it. Originally, I was just gonna do the Elder Scrolls and not the Elder Scrolls Online, but then I was like, but there's so much in it, like, and so much gets like added, and more like theories come from it. So I felt like it was so. I thought it was so important to include it. Have you read the books in game? I've read a lot of them, yeah. Not all of them, but like a lot of them, yeah. I've read the Wolf Queen series. I've read the Berenzia series. Well, one of them. I don't know if it was the real Berenzia. I think it was the real Berenzia that I read. I read, obviously, this Last Argonian Maid. I've read a lot of it. Like, I even had like a whole thing where you could like redeem. With like a point redeem, you could make me read one of the books I had in my library. Like, I very much like doing that. Where does the interest for Elder Scrolls come? Skyrim or Oblivion? It definitely came from well, actually, do not redeem. Well, we're not gonna do it now. We're not gonna do it now because we're like not playing a game. So, but yes. It came from Skyrim. That was the first Elder Scroll game I played. I played it like way back in 2016 or something, I think. It's been a while. I played it on like the PlayStation and I liked it, but I never really got into it. And then eventually I started streaming and I thought, you know what, I kind of want to give Skyrim another try because I really liked it, but I never really did it properly. I never actually finished anything. Like I just kind of ran around, did whatever, right? But then I played Skyrim again. I collected all the books, I did all the achievements, I did mods. I hope in PC because you need mods. It was on PC, yeah. Um but yeah, I did a mod list for like a really long time, then I did the mods, and then I stopped playing. But then I started playing Morrowind as well. It was really fun. So I thought, you know, because I've been playing it for so long, why not do a lore stream? Because I originally started doing a World of Warcraft lore stream. I did that until like Shadowlands, I think. Like that's how far I got with the lore. Um yeah, you need to do Lord Bound. What is Lord Bound again? But yeah, so I did a lot. I did loads. I played like 3 of the games. I'm almost done with Morrowind. I've finished Skyrim and I'm still playing Oblivion. I don't know if I'm gonna play the other ones. Maybe one day. We'll see. But anyway, let's continue. Yes. So we've got the High Isle expansion. In this expansion, you uncover a new faction called the Ascendant Order. They claim to fight for the common folk, but their actions actually uncover something darker. At this time, there are also peace talks happening for the Three Banner War. So this is still going on, but the only reason this is still going on is because all of this is happening in 1 year. Once again, I don't understand why they're doing this. If this is actually true, but this is what all the wiki pages have said. Why is all of this happening in 1 year? That's just like not physically possible. I just don't understand. But anyway, so peace talks for the Three Banner War is happening. But this Ascendant Order is actually halting these talks, which forces you to talk with someone called Lady Arabelle and other allies. And after the High Isle, the focus shifts to then the Druids of Sistris, which is basically a druid order. They have an ancient druid king called Kasserine, and there is a lot of tension between all these druid cycles. They actually have one druid clan called the Fire Song Druids that actually seek a dangerous power and are aiming to dominate both Bretons and Druids. So that's their plans. That's what you're dealing with. But apparently, and I found this out today, this is not the only lore that is happening during the High Isle expansion. You've also got something called Celestials. So I've mentioned this before when I talked about the universe and how everything is built together. So you've got Aetherius, Orbus, you got Nirn, you got Mundus, you got the Daedra, you got all these complicated structures. But I never actually talked about the Celestials and how they are connected. And apparently in the High Isle expansion, you've got the Celestials that come to the forefront. So, who are the Celestials, first of all? The Celestials are powerful ethereal beings formed by the power of the stars. So, the most powerful Celestials represent as constellations. So, this means they're just a bigger group of stars. It is unknown if these beings are from Aetherius or if they're mortals who have achieved a state of ascension. So, it's unknown if they were mortals first or not. It was actually theorized that the first celestial being was created in a Merethic era by an ancient Nedic cult of the stars. They apparently created some weak celestials, such as animals and Daedra, but they didn't create any like godlike, very powerful celestials that make up constellations. So it's only the weak ones that they seem to have been able to create. For the rest, it's kind of unknown how they came to be. There are myths about them. that we've gone through before. So as I don't know if you remember, but we had 3 groups when creation happened of the mortal realm. So we had the Daedra, who are not our ancestors because they did not help in the creation. Whereas the Aedra, who are our ancestors, they did help in creation. And then we've also got a third group called the Magnagi, and they were the ones that stopped halfway in creation. So they started helping Lorcan with creation, but then fled when they realized they were going to lose their powers. So they fled and created holes in the heavens that are now stars, and that's how the Celestials came to be according to myth. Yes, if you play Skyrim again for a Requiem overhaul mod, I don't know if I'm gonna play Skyrim again, to be honest. It's the mod about orcs. I'm playing it now. Oh, right. Magna Geese nuts. Got him. Nice one. But yeah, so in this storyline, you've actually got these constellations that fall from the sky and take on mortal forms. So we've got the thief, we've got the mage, we've got the warrior, you got all of them falling down. And together with them, we've got the constellation of the serpent that comes down. Now, the serpent is a constellation of 4 unstars, which means, so unstar basically means that they're not in the same place in the sky all the time. They're unpredictable, they move, and that's what the serpent is. Now, he came down because he actually wants to corrupt the guardian constellations. So the serpent is actually of the belief that civilization has stifled natural progress and growth, and he seeks to escape and return to the world to its primordial form, which was nearly uninhabitable. He wants to achieve this by waking the fire under the land, making the seas boil, and making the jungles reclaim the land from civilization. And he does this by slowly taking control of the constellations until only the thief was left. So he's basically corrupted the other constellations. For example, the warrior was corrupted, and he was actually starting to revive a dead Yokudan emperor and his undead army of Ankara warriors. The mage, who was also corrupted, was summoning an army of astronauts. So like he's slowly making a huge army of like different elements, and we obviously need to stop him. What the hell? Now the thief, as I said, was the only one that was left. They were the only one that weren't corrupted. They took on the form of a blind Redguard woman named Hara to avoid detection. She sent members of the Stargazers, which is a group of observers of constellations and stars. So it's just a group of that look at the stars, I guess. They research stars. She asked them for help as the blind woman. To search for these missing guardians, and obviously the vestige as well, and prevent more undead from being revived, and blah blah blah. At some point, eventually, the thief was found by the serpent, and he tried to corrupt her, but he was stopped by the vestige, or the player. That's the name for the player in the Elder Scrolls games, if you didn't know. In the Elder Scrolls Online games, sorry. Now, in the end, the serpent was, of course, defeated by an organization called the Undaunted, which is a group of adventurers. There's nothing more to them, in my opinion. And also, the fact that he was betrayed by someone within his own worshipping cult called the Scaled Court. This lady was called Kassapia. We don't really know very much about her once again. But she betrayed him. What the hell? Now, after he was betrayed and defeated by the vestige, he was returned to his stone form together with the other constellations, and they got a renewed seal so that even the blood of 1,000 mortals couldn't break it. Yes. Wasn't that epic? Oh my goodness. What a marathon of talking, am I right? Oh my goodness. We're almost through the Elder Scrolls Online lore, guys. Hold on. That was so cool. What the hell? Was it? Nor is it sarcasm. I can't tell. Are you gonna play the Elder Scrolls Online, or are you just about the research? I respect that a lot too. No, not respect, but admire. Both, to be honest. Like, I kind of want to play it, but I had some like technical problems when I tried to play it, so I've just like been lazy. Same with the Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy seems like really fun to play, and I just like can't make it work because I can't log in. But like I'm also really lazy when it comes to that stuff because I get really annoyed when I can't figure things out. But I'd like to, is my conclusion. I'd like to. But I also just really like talking about the lore because I thought the Elder Scroll lore wouldn't be complete without the Elder Scrolls Online. Even though sometimes it's a bit funky. Fun fact, the thief birth sign ID is Hara in Morrowind's data files. Is it? Really? That's so... How do you even know that? Oh my god, that reminds me of a customer I had recently. So they were gonna buy a cream egg, and he was just like, all of a sudden, oh yeah, I know the barcode of the cream egg by heart because I work in the supermarket. And I'm like, okay. And he just quoted the whole barcode to me, and I'm like, how bored are you working? Oh my god, that's crazy. Anyway, random fact, but I thought was really interesting. Don't you have an army of, brave knights to help? I don't have anyone that's a simp in my server. But I mean, people have offered to help. I'm just like very stubborn. I've spent a lot of time in the Elder Scrolls construction set. I mean, that makes sense. You do make mods, don't you? Yes. Anyway, let's continue. Maybe it was a pickup line. Do you think? How is that? How is that a pickup line? That's so funny. Oh my god. I honestly, I was like confused and impressed at the same time. I'm a platonic simp. Thank you very much. I still don't know what a platonic simp is, but I accept it. Thank you. Anyway, now we're going to get on the last long... There's two expansions that we're going to talk about, but they basically involve the same story, but just like the same storyline. They're very connected. Involving Ithelia. Do you guys remember Ithelia? Ithelia was a forgotten Daedric prince that's been introduced in the Elder Scrolls Online. Now, as we know, she was imprisoned by Hermaeus Mora because her abilities make it where she can basically adjust reality to her will, so she can change what happens to time, what happens in the future, in the past, I mean, she can change things, and that's dangerous. So Hermaeus Mora basically imprisoned her to stop that. And to do this, he actually approached Vermina and Peryite to help him get rid of Ithelia, but they actually disagreed. They thought it was wrong because she cannot control what her powers are. Those are just her powers. She can't like help how she's born. You know what I'm saying? I'm a platonic solid. What does that mean? But there are only 5. 5 what? All I remember about Ithelia is that you said she looks like she goes to Coachella. She does. She does. She looks like a lot of things, okay? I'm just saying she does not look like she is a Daedric prince. Like, literally, when you look at all these monstrosities in front of you, they do not look like they're the same type of thing, okay? I'm just saying. Now, I know that they can choose how they appear to mortals, right? Like, whatever. But, like, why would you choose this form? For God's sake. Like, who designed this fucking shite? It's so bad. I'm sorry. I'm really not approving of her form. Like, her abilities are actually really, really cool. I think her story is like, damn, that makes sense, you know? The way they wove it into the story makes sense because they made it so everyone forgets about her, and that's why she's never been mentioned before. Fine, do that. But like, why make her look like that? It pisses me off. It looks so stupid. Ah! Anyway. Anyway, let's continue. So, Hermaeus Mora, he approached Vermina and Peryite. He wanted their help in getting rid of Ithalia's memory. He wanted to get rid of just everyone knowing about her because she said calmly, I did. Now, after they refused in the past, in the Necrom expansion, Fermina and Periad actually invade and nearly destroy Apocrypha, which is Hermaeus Mora's realm, destroying with a realm-destroying plague in order to retrieve the glyphics that held their last recollection of Ethelia. So they obviously want to help Ethelia, which isn't like insane from these two, but anyway. Now, in this chaos, Ethelia's Scion actually managed to recover the final glyphic and regain his memories. So this is Torvasard. He is her Scion. I kind of call him her assistant because I think that's a good description of him. But he's like one of her top worshippers, you know? He's her top assistant. That's him. He regains his memories. And with this happening, Hermaeus Mora's spell actually weakens, allowing other people to also recollect some memories as well. Now, slowly the descendants of her ancient worshippers by the name of the Recollection, which is a Bosmer cult. I don't know why they're Bosmer, it's so random, but I mean, maybe it's not random, maybe I have to think about it more. But anyway, they're a Bosmer cult of Aelids. That had fled to Vale. Okay, now I was like, why are they Aelid? Anyway, so they're a Bosmer cult of Aelids that fled to Valenwood under the nobleman Natharion reign. This guy. They developed the goal of restoring their lost prince and her realm. His realm? No gender. Their realm, starting to collect the Daedric weapons made to erase Ethelia. Now passing through the shrine of Anudnabia, Torvasard, her Scion, used the blade of I couldn't find a better image than this. The blade abolisher he used to enter the mythos and free his prince. He carved a path into the spire, believed to be her prison, only to find it empty. Where is she? What the hell? Ethelia was already gone. Mora revealed that the spire was actually never her prison. Forgetting was, and now that everyone remembered, her shackles were broken. What? Craziness. And that's the end of the Necrom expansion. He's a simp, a skiomp. That's beautiful. They wanted a hot Daedric prince for fan service, but she's not even hot either. Like, come on. Look at Nocturnal. They know what they were doing. Just do another Nocturnal. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Maybe they just wanted something easy to like cosplay. She's a little bit hot. No, she's not. She's not. Okay, she's not. Shackles could be a shankle in his bitch. She's no Azura, that's for sure. That's what I'm saying. Anyway, so that's the end of the Necrom expansion. And although Azura isn't that hot in Morrowind either, to be fair, I think she's hot like in the art that people make of her. I hate how small Bosmer are. It's funny though, isn't it? I like it. They need some diversity. They can't all be tall and handsome, okay? They can't all be Hersey, Noah. That's so true. No, but like he's so... When we met him in Morrowind, Hersey was actually so sassy. Like he had his full abs out. He was standing there so sassy. He like knew he was sexy. You know, it's like, it's not my fault. Also, where is it? I'm sorry, I need to show you the picture. Where is it? Where is it? Ah! Where is it? Do I even have it? Yes, I do. Where is it? Look! Oh, wait. Okay, sorry. Apparently, I don't have a picture of it. Listen, there's a picture of him, like, full abs out in like Elder Scrolls Online, and it's like it's just so like insane. It's like, what am I even looking at? This is crazy. Listen, he's so sassy. Like, look at those abs. Look at that. You cannot say that that's not on purpose. Like, why is he literally just like a muscular guy with like his deer head on, you know? Like, look at him. What is this stance? What do you fan service god? That's so real though. It is absolutely crazy. And she shames me for simping for gamer god. I don't shame you. I said I understand. God. I'm just saying, it's not my fault they made him like that. Same with Nocturnal. She's half naked, okay? I like the Kerbrite idea that Bosmer are all kind of ugly nature spirits, like Fae, Imps, Kappas, and the women are all beautiful because they have glamour magic. That makes so much sense, to be honest. Because why not? Why not? Anyway, let's get back to the lore, guys. God, jeez. Anyway, in the Gold Road expansion, we've got the West Weald. In the West Weald, the recollection used. So the recollection. Sorry, let's go over that again. The recollection is the cult that worships Ithelia, right? The recollection uses the staff of many paths, which is one of the artifacts of Ithelia, to imbue something called green spring seeds with Daedric energy, which creates and makes them into wild burn seeds. Now these seeds grew a thick jungle to cover most of the Westweald overnight, which then also corrupted and mutated living beings. Now this forest was then called the Dawnwood, which Nantharion Rain settled in and then named himself king of. Him and his followers then abandoned the Green Pact. I suppose it's kind of understandable because they were Aelids first, not Bosmer. Now, if you don't know, the Green Pact is a pact where you don't consume plants, you don't use plants for anything, you don't kill it, you don't do anything with it. You only eat meat, okay? And you kill people that do kill plants. So they have decided to abandon the Green Pact in favor for their new philosophy called the Dawn Way. So this is, I suppose, to do with Ithelia, and them worshipping her and her ways. Yes. Now, at the same time, in the world, there are events called Mirror Moor incursions going on. Now, if you don't remember, Mirror Moor is Ithalia's Daedric realm. So there's incursions, so invasions, I suppose, happening in Tamriel. Because Ithalia's realm is actually bleeding into Nirn, just like when Molech Baal tried to bleed his world, well, blend it together with Nirn. So it's kind of the same, I suppose. Now, stripped of her memories and power, Ithelia then wanders into the Westweald, into something called Elendglin. Now, Elendglin was actually once a place of worship for her, where she was confronted by the vestige, so the player, and Laramil the Wise, which is a scholar who runs errands for Prince Hermaeus Mora. So you, together with Laramil, encounter her, and you talk to her a bit until she vanishes, because suddenly she remembers her confrontation with Moras. Because at this point, she still very much doesn't remember what actually happened, because she lost all her memories as well of herself and what she can do. But at this point, she's starting to remember. Now, a few things happened that I didn't write down, because like, that's too much effort, and sometimes there's like so much going on that it will just be way too confusing, so I didn't include that. But eventually, the vestige meets up with Laramil in an inn, who has been investigating a knot forming in the thread of fate, allowing impossible events to happen, such as a town erupting in flames without a spark. She says if it is left unchecked, the threads will eventually snap, collapsing localized reality and erasing everything present from existence. Now, inside the inn, you also find Ithelia again, who asks you to create a beverage called the Sage's Dream. so that she can regain control of her powers and memories. In the cellar of that inn, she uncovers the Lamp of Clarity, which, if you don't remember, once again, this is one of the artifacts made by the gods that agree to get rid of Ethelia. So they used it to get rid of her, and she actually recovers it, and this reveals multiple alternate Ethelias. So this is one of the alternate Ethelias. You had a defiant one, you had a surrendered one, and an enraged one. The vestige, so you as a player then successfully brew the potion of Sage's dream and strengthen her connection to her alternate selves. With now control over her memory and power regained, Ethelia then expressed her regret of her powers and effects before leaving you behind again. What the hell? Now, after she left, you decide to investigate the ruins of Neriastare, where King Natharian's plan is revealed. The wild burned seeds were actually intended to reawaken the magic of the Aelids sleeping beneath the Westwild, which would in turn restore Ethelia's ancient power. Natharian is then killed by his servants. Oh wait, sorry. Natharian is then killed by us, but his servants managed to restore Ethelia's ancient power anyway. No! If you give me the error you are getting in the Elder Scrolls, I can do some research. I mean, it's been a while. I need to reopen it again to check it out. Maybe it's gone. It was just like a stupid error and I didn't understand why it was happening. I could like open the game, I was in the game, and then it would like just make everything disappear and I couldn't do anything and I don't understand. I'd have to, it's been a while, like I said, since I've opened it, so I need to try it again and figure it out as well. Like I said, I'm a bit lazy with it. But it's okay, thank you very much. But it would be cool if we could get into it, to be fair. Because I heard that you can apparently have a membership where you can then play all the expansions. So that'd be really fun. Like, I'd love to play the Morrowind one. Because apparently in the Morrowind one, Vivec is still being constructed. So it's not finished yet. And I really like that. I like it that you can see like different, different times. But anyway, the player then restored the artifact power and returned to the Loom of the Untraveled Road, which is one of her like epic things that she built. Yes, using Econir to reveal Ethelia's location. Ethelia's plan is revealed. If Mora won't allow her to reclaim her realm of Miramor, she will simply take Apocrypha and rebuild it on its ruins. The vestige then creates the Mirror of Truth through some events to force Ethelia to gaze into it, to confront her innermost self and desires. When entering Apocrypha to stop Ethelia, the players find Mora imprisoned. Oh my god, here he is! And his powers siphoned through the staff of many paths by Torvasard, her scion. The vestige confronts Ethelia and turns the mirror on her, revealing that before her imprisonment, she knew Mora's prophecy was inevitable and that she had created her scions to defy a fate that could not be escaped. Now swollen with power stolen from the loom, she knew that she would collapse into madness and agreed to be imprisoned again. Torvasard, however, refused and turned the staff on her. This absorbed her power and this absorbed her and Mora's power and imprisoned both princes. So no, now Torvasard is a problem. He's like, no way, we ain't doing this. The vestige eventually struck Torvasard before he could master the stolen power. Ethelia returned Mora's power and put her excess energy into the void, and then unmade Torvasard. So she erased him, I guess. I actually played a part of the Morrowind one. It's beautiful. Really? Did? Oh my god. Are we all like getting into Elder Scrolls Online now? That's so funny. After we all like said, that's so shit. I would never touch that. That's so funny. Oh, I love it all going full circle. But yeah, I'd love to check it out. I have to say, all the locations look beautiful. I would love to explore. That'd be so fun though. It would. I need to get on it, really. That'd be so fun. Anyway, but yes, in the final part of the story, Ethelia then explained that as a Daedric prince, she was unchanging, and that her power would inevitably return, dooming her to madness once more. The vestige proposed a new solution. If the existence of Daedra, a magic, made her return, inevitably, then perhaps a reality within the many paths, which is many realities, where such concepts did not exist, could contain her. Mora then had the vestige use the abolisher to sever the connection between realities, ensuring that Ethelia could never return to endanger the world again. I went to make food. Did I miss Coachella lore? You did! You did! She basically, the end is that Ethelia basically went to a reality where the concept of her, I suppose, did not exist. And then we severed the ties of that reality so she could not return to our reality. Because inevitably she would go mad again, trying to change reality when she shouldn't. But that's the end of the last expansion, guys. Oh my god. Yeah, and then we've got this little random like lore thing and that also happens in the Elder Scrolls Online lore, but I don't actually know which expansion. Oh my god. Yes. Anyway, now around the second era, 583, we've got Orsinium. So I don't know which expansion this is. I don't know where the place is, so I've just put it at the end. But Orsinium actually leaves the Daggerfall Covenant, and King Kurog is slain by us, the player Vestige, after attempting to unite the clans of orcs by assassinating the orc chiefs who refused to follow Trinomac, which made him unpopular with the people, to say the least. Orsinium is not Orcish land? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Well, they were part of the Daggerfall Covenant, which basically just means they're like in a pact with other countries. But it was Orcish land. Like Orsinium is their city. Yes. Anyway, after being assassinated, he was then replaced by Basrag Grofarun, who once actually considered Kurog here his friend. He took over after him and returned to the worship of Malakath instead of Trinomac, as he was a traditionalist. He felt that the worship of Trinomac was a plot by the Altmer to spread the religion. They are occupying Breton territory, High Rock. I swear I've got a High Rock map somewhere. Yes, we've got High Rock here. I don't know if we've got Orsinium on here. I don't actually. I think I remember a war between them from a book or something with the Bretons and yes. So we've got at one point we had, what was it, Wayrest or something? I think fought that. Wait, where was it? Where was it? Oh my god. Sometimes it's so hard to like orientate where everything is. What was it? What was it? It was like someone stabbed someone in the back. What was that? Oh my god, I just don't remember. Guys, I'm so hungry. This is insane. Koopsie wants us to eat later, so I'm not hungry later, but now I'm hungry now, so no. Oh yes, here it is. Orsinium moved around a lot. Well, it's just that they could never really keep like the ownership of it. So we had the King Jolie of Daggerfall, who wanted to get rid of the orcs, and at the same time he got rid of the Order of Diagna, which is a Yokuden order. So he wanted to get rid of the orcs. So this is at the point that he tried to also then lay siege to Orsinium, but he was stopped by Makilla. Wait, no. Then he was, I think, trying to take over Hammerfell or something. Yeah, I don't remember. I don't have my text right now. But this is like one point where Orsinium was under attack again. Like he keeps being under attack. Wait, let's actually look at her text. Oh my god, this is so confusing. Yeah. Yeah, we've got a lot, like here, for example, in the second era, 431, we've got Orsinium is destroyed by the Bretons and the Red Guards. We've got... Where else? In the first era, 980, we've got Orsinium is defeated. Yeah, I mean, all I know is that they've been invaded a lot by like a lot of different people. No one likes the orcs. They don't like that they live in their own city, and so they keep kicking them out and they keep going back. But anyway, this is the part. Hi, Malphabeth. How are you today? Breton supremacy? No. But yeah, at this moment, it is Orcland. It is Orcland, but it like like Say said, the Orsinium does like get taken over a lot, gets taken away from them, then they return. But at this moment of time, it is their land. It just changes ruler. That's all. It's just stored in the boobs for a reason. Oh my god, for God's sake. But yeah, anyway. One funny thing as well. I was trying to like research Kurog and like what he was like. And apparently he had like multiple wives. It's really, I don't know why I wanted to include this. It's just really funny. They all had like a different name. So they had the Forge wife, you had the Hearth wife, you had the Hunt wife, you had the Shield wives, you had the Immigration wife. Like he had a wife for every little thing. It's so funny. I don't know why, but like if you wanted to know what he was like, there you go. Anyway, that's the pause on the Elder Scrolls Online. So I'm saying pause, not because we're going to continue with Elder Scrolls Online lore, because that's all I've got. But it's more like the Elder Scrolls Online timeline goes on until 897, but all they have done is 2 years. All these expansions, guys, happen in 2 years. Like, are you fucking kidding me? That's not possible. Like I said, again, unless I'm like reading something wrong, but every time it's in the same year, and I'm like, why is this happening? And it's like, yeah, sure, okay, you've got a lot of time, you can like make a lot of things happen, but for God's sake, at least do it like, oh yeah, 10 years pass, and then 20 years pass, and it's like, how? That doesn't make any sense. That's insanity. I know. I think I'm going insane. Maybe I saw it wrong or something, but I really don't think so. But yeah, anyway, they've got time until 897, like, which is plenty of time, by the way. But I guess they just want to stretch it so bad. But yes, that is the end of the Elder Scrolls lore. So now we're going back to no, sorry, that is the end of the Elder Scrolls Online lore, and now we're going back to the Elder Scrolls lore. So outside of the Elder Scrolls Online lore, I hope you enjoyed it. Yes. So after this, a few little events happen. So the Knahaten flu I've mentioned before. In 603, finally, there is the final record of the Knahaten flu. So we don't actually know if it was still occurring. We don't know if it was still active. But this was the last record of it. Black Marsh, however, is still avoided for many years after this, just out of fear that they were going to catch something, I guess, I don't know. Also, something that happens is Rimmen, so a city in Elsewhere, actually separates from Elsewhere and becomes its own kingdom, but they still pay tribute to the main, which is the religious leader of Elsewhere. They still pay tribute to him. but they are their own country now. They are their own kingdom. That's why I question how much of Elder Scrolls Online is canon to the Elder Scrolls universe. Well, I feel like it is canon because they said it is and they make the game, so that's what it is. But I understand what you mean. I don't understand how this can all happen in 2 years. Like, it's just physically impossible, especially because like so much less happens in like more years in the Elder Scrolls in general. So it just seems so odd. Just add a dragon break or two and it all adds up. That's always what they do, isn't it? Like, in the end. Oh yeah, that doesn't make any sense time-wise. Oh yeah, it does. But anyway, but yes, so Riemann leaves the kingdom of Elsewhere and becomes its own kingdom. Then we've got Aldmeri Dominion 2.0, around 830. They fight the Cameron dynasty rivalry over the throne. Once again, this guy is not at the time the Cameron monarch. He is just a representation for them because that's what I've got. I dragon break, your dragon break, so it never happened. That's true. Now then, we've got the second era, 852, the Tiber Wars start. We've got King Culhwch of Falkreath wages war to unify the Colovian estates. He allies with Skyrim against the forces of the Reach, led by a general named Hjalti Earlybeard. Yes, that is his name at the time. Now, after successfully pacifying the Reachmen by blowing down the gates with a mighty thum, because Hjalti actually had a thum, yes. During the sacking of Sankerthor, which was a citadel that was supposed to be impossible to get in and was occupied by Nord and Breton, Talos, or at the time Hjalti, snuck in through a hidden entrance shown by a hidden traitor while his army was distracting the city. This way, he was able to capture the enemy leaders and force them to surrender. Here, he also found the Amulet of Kings. The Reach, sorry, caps lock, like Forlorn or Forsworn? I'm mixing names. I was actually questioning this myself right now. I don't know if... well, the Reach is just an area. So it is infamous for harboring the Forsworn, a clan of Reachmen who are fighting a long war of independence and seek to retake Markarth from the Nords and free the hold from Imperial authority. So the Reach includes Markarth, which I suppose used to be... We play this in Skyrim, don't we? Where we help or don't help the Forsworn. But yes, that's who they were fighting, I suppose. Now, after this battle of Sankerthor, many Nord generals came to his support, to Culhwch's support, and to Hjalti's support. Now, after a year, Tiber and Culhwch united the Colovian estates. This included the Battle of 5 Bridges. Not much is known about this battle, so all I did was include 5 bridges. So there you go. Now, Tiber's septim's army, once again, at the time, Hjalti Earlybeard sweeps Tamriel, and one by one, all independent kingdoms are consolidated into the empire. Now, in the imperial city in 854, oh my god, the imperial city, everyone laid down their weapons before King Culhwch and surrendered. But before he could be crowned emperor, he was actually assassinated, oh my god, by a knight's blade of High Rock, who also attempted to assassinate Hjalti by slitting his throat, but he actually survived. Nice. Sadly, he could no longer use his thum. Sad. Assassinated? Yes. Now, because Hjalti was the one that survived, he was then crowned the emperor and given an imperial name, Tiber Septim. Ah, Empire loves their list so much they managed to create a bunch of insurgent factions so they could make a damn list of insurgents seek to liberate themselves from it, I guess. Yeah, Markarth is on the border of the Reach, I think, or that area is a Reach. I think it is the Reach, yeah. Anyway, yes. Now I wanted to show what the difference is between all like the flag. I think it's cool to like see how much is evolved and everything. So yes, yes, yes. Now guys, oh my god, though, this is actually the end of the first presentation. This is so funny. This took me how many hours, guys? How many? I don't know. This is the first presentation. Anyway, let's move. Was it supposed to be one stream? Listen, last time with the World of Warcraft, it worked, okay? Anyway, I hope you enjoyed that. This is so funny. Nearly 3 hours. No. You are clinically insane. We did it. Okay, guys, now let's do it again. Part 2. Yippee! Guys, you did so great. Another 20 hours. We can do this. We can do this in this stream, guys. It's only 191 slides. It's way less. It's way less. I promise we can finish today. We can. Anyway, so, as we know, we're now in the second era. We put a pause on Elder Scrolls Online lore, and now we are going to talk. Please stream on 4% speed. You can't do that. You can't go to the future, silly. Anyway, now we're going. Sorry. Yeehaw. Why is it yeehaw? Sorry, I made a typo. The Elder Scrolls Adventures Redguard game. Yippee! That's what we're now going to talk about because that's the next part in the timeline. Now, to do this, I'm going to introduce some characters that are very important. We've got the main guy called Cyrus. We've got Captain Basil. We've got some guy called Amil Richten. We've got Nagasta. Yes, there is a Slode involved. Yuck. We got Dunmer called Dram, and we've got a girl named Izara, who is the sister of Cyrus. Not another Slode. No. I read a perspective at some point that all we know about the lore comes from the perspective of people living in the world, so it's super biased and not real knowledge. Well, I mean, certain things are solid though, like you can see it happening in front of you. The guy is the best. This guy is the best Slode ever, which means worst Slode. Ooh, I mean, his mouth looks very interesting. Anyway, I thought I'd include this art that I found as well. It's so cool. It's from like the game Bethesda themselves, but I thought it was like, because obviously this game is very dated, so I thought it was fun to like include them as normal looking. Yes. Most books are this, as in-game books. Yeah, it's true, it's true. But we are taking what we can find with a grain of salt always, of course. So, the Redguard game starts with the Battle of Bjolsi. The Battle of Bjolsi is where a general called Amil Richten led a surprise attack against Wayrest. Richten actually started his military career under Cuchulainn, and after he died, Richten was also very close to Tiber Septim. Now, Wayrest's navy took a substantial blow and was mostly destroyed, forfeiting the city to the Empire. So he managed to get the Wayrest city for himself, for the Empire. Nice. Now, in 862, the then High King of Hammerfell, called King Tassad II, dies, and his son Prince Ator, who is on the crown side, so there's two sides to the country that I will explain, takes over, and this sparks a civil war. So we've got So we've got two sides. Over time, the descendants of Ragada, so Ragada are the warriors and sailors of the original invasion fleet of Hammerfell. They demanded rights, so that's what they wanted. They wanted rights. Now, opposed to them were the descendants of the Yokudan nobility, the Na Totambu. Yeah, Na Totambu. And those loyal to them. Now, the political parties formed out of these two groups, with the former calling themselves forebears and the latter calling themselves the crowns, very fitting. They started fighting against each other, and that created a civil war. Now, under the rule of the Riemann dynasty, so Riemann is way before this, the forebears actually were granted rights of ownership, while the crowns retained the rights of noble council. Now, with the fall of the Second Empire, the rule in Hammerfell quickly went back to monarchy, which obviously the forebears were not very happy with. So the situation changed again with the arrival of Tiber Septim. So it's always the bloody empire getting involved, man. Thank you for the follow, Tuna. I appreciate it. Now, that's the main thing you need to know. This is during the Tiber Septim conquests. Yes, it is. So Tiber is running around. Oh, wait, we're in the new PowerPoint. I forgot I can't go back. Yes, so this is during the time of Tiber Septim's conquests, and one of his generals called Amil Ericton is sent this way to basically manage Hammerfell, I guess. He becomes the governor of... We will go over that. But anyway, we've got two sides. We've got the forebears, which are the warriors that invaded Hammerfell, who came from Yokuda originally, and we've got the crowns, who are Yokudan nobility, so rich people. Rich and the not rich, yes. Now, after the peaceful passing of the High King Thasat II, the civil war actually reached its boiling point when Baron Volach, the leader of the forebears, which we can see in this, there's apparently a comic about this, so that's where I'm getting this from, led an uprising, and he took the capital of Sentinel by force, purging it from all crowns. Now, this war then continued for 2 years until Athor was actually able, so Prince Athor, the son of the king that died, was able to retake Sentinel. Hooray! Hooray! Which caused the forebears to contact Tiber Septim to help them. They were like, oh my god, help us out. This was seen as treason by the crowns, and the forebears were then called throne defilers and hunding's shame. If you remember Hunding, he was one of the most important sword singers of the Yokudan history. The Empire's forces were too much for the crowns to handle, and they were defeated again and again. Prince Athor eventually fled to the capital of Stros Makai, where they would meet again for their final battle. Now, in this final... Was it still on fire? No. They've put the fires out. Couldn't see for all the flames. Yo, I've been to Sentinel and Daggerfall. Nice. Well, obviously, this is Elder Scrolls Online. I've just taken it because it looks really good. So, but yes. Wait, this is Elder Scrolls Online, but I don't think this is. The confusion is hitting right now. Wait, this is Stros Makai. That's why. Sorry. That's Sentinel. Anyway, let's continue. Right. Yes, so then we have a very deciding battle called the Battle of Hunding Bay. The Imperials, under the leadership of Naval Commander Admiral Amil Richten, Imperial Emissary Dram, so he's more of an assassin in my opinion, and their secret weapon that they somehow had, by the way, I thought it was so random, called Nafalilargus, who was, I think, a dragon that we will see again. I think this is the same dragon that is coming up again in another game. But anyway, this was their personal dragon that arrived at the harbor of Stros Makai. They were intent on winning it back from the crowns. Now, during the battle, the crowns had the upper hand for the moment, which made Richten very reluctantly use the dragon to bring the battle back into their favor. Now, while the prince was distracted, Dram ended up shooting him with a poisoned arrow. And this obviously was very tragic and hit one of his companions called Archmage Voa actually tried to revive him. He tried to put the prince's soul into a gem before he was gonna perish so he could revive him. But then Archmage Voa also died. No! Now later, the prince's body was recovered and hidden in the temple of Arkay. The Imperials followed the survivors to the harbor of Strosmakai in the Hunding Bay, where Richten commanded his dragon to burn down the entire section. Now there's no flames, I know, but there should be, I know, and I should have done that, but it's okay. Just imagine there's flames. Burn down the entire section, leaving no survivors. Now eventually, Commander Richten allowed the wounded to be treated, only to then execute them after they were healed. He's such a nice guy. Now then, the Pocket Guide to the Empire celebrated the Imperials as liberators from the Mad Prince. That's what Prince Ator was called, which was different from reality, as you just heard. Lord Richten was appointed provisional governor of Strosmakai by Tiber Septim himself, and he took the liberty of disposing of all crowns and crown sympathizers. He even allowed a local necromancer, the notorious Slode Nagasta, to conduct experiments openly, freely gathering souls. In effect, the Empire had taken full control and incorporated Hammerfell as a province of the Empire. What a great guy! and then Nafalgar all over the place. Well, actually, Nafalgar is still there, but well, Nafalilargus. I always find this name hard to say. A true hero of the Empire. Ibuprofen all night, huh? Yes. Now, in the meantime, an organization called the Restless League, led by Captain Basil, obtained the gem containing the prince's soul and sought to revive him so that he could lead him into battle, into war with the Imperials. Until then, the League had to resort to conducting terrorist attacks across Hammerfell's shore. Now, Izara, who was actually Prince Athor's lover, was not able to bear the League's inaction, so she stole the gem and sought the help of Nagasta, stupid. She asked him to revive her late lover in exchange for her own soul. Now, him being a Slode, obviously, he betrayed her and had the gem fashioned into the shape of a dragon and had it delivered to Richten. A fitting gift for a faction whose symbol was a dragon. The gem was then given to Nafalilargus for safekeeping. This slide is stopped here. Thank you. Now, 3 months after this battle, Cyrus, oh my god, I can't remember, Cyrus, who was actually Izara's brother, came to Strosmakai looking for her after she had disappeared. Cyrus made contact with the Restless League and agreed to help with their rebellion to find out more about what happened to his sister. She really likes lightning, she does. Now, Cyrus then killed Nagasta, yahoo! Saving his sister. Nice. His sister Izara, yes. And recovered Voa's ring in order to save the prince. Yippee! Cyrus then made his way to the royal palace and slew Nafalilargus and obtained the soul gem he was guarding. After recovering the soul gem, which was meant for the prince's body, it was actually accidentally enchanted into the prince's sword instead, giving the sword free will. Sorry, this is such a funny part. Anyway, obviously, because of this turn of events, morale was low, so Cyrus had to give a little speech to up their spirits. Is this how you honor your prince then? Cautious, I've thought you, Basil, but never before coward. We all have waited for the prince's return. Now that he has returned, you walk away. The form is different, true, but his spirit is here. Here! And isn't his spirit the truest part of him? He says more than this, but this is all I included because I was like, this is already really long. But yes. And then they were like, whoa, yes, I know you accidentally turned our prince into a sword, but never mind, let's go. He succeeded to do so and then stormed the palace once again, getting into a sword fight with Richten. Now, unexpectedly, oh my god, he was ambushed by Duram. Before he could be killed, though, Athor's sword took over, stabbing Richten and cutting Duram in half. Bam! Isn't that so cool? Look how I've done that. I've put a lot of effort into that. That time I was reincarnated as a sword. Dang, he got Darth Maul. He did. Wait, did he just accidentally charge the sword with the Princess Soul Gem? Yes, he did. Yes, he did. It is now a sentient sword. So they were trying to revive the prince and instead it's now a sword. Nice. With the entire province in uprising, Tiber's septim was eventually forced to then sign a treaty with the Zara and Volach. So Volach was the forebearers leader, and now Izara was the leader of the crown side. The treaty formally established Hammerfell as a province of the empire, which is equal to all the others. They get to keep all their titles. This treaty suited the Redguards as they are part of the empire but not a subject. Nice. This was called the Treaty of Strosmakai. Now, with her freedom restored and Richten's provisional government in Strosmakai overthrown, Azara became Queen Regent of Hammerfall and had the soul sword from then on. So, obviously, she does not have her lover anymore, but at least she's got him in the form of a sword. Like, now I'm wondering, like, now I'm getting into weird places. I'm like, is the prince, like, still, like, present? Is, like, he still aware? Is he still awake in that sword? Like, is he just getting tortured by living in this sword and not being able to speak? Like, isn't that horrible? Don't they need to, like, fix this? They're like, yeah, it's whatever now. So, do they in the bedroom? That sounds really painful. I probably don't think so. Maybe she probably gives it a smooch sometimes. Just like, mwah. I show myself out. Yes, please. Cyrus is such a dashing, swashbuckling Redguard lad. So real. What is her face in that screenshot? Hey, it's what I can find. I'm just using what I got, man. Maybe it can dull itself enough with its free will. Oh my god, stop it. I don't want to hear this. Maybe they can make it mod. No, never. No, grasp it firmly. Guys, let's go back a bit. Let's forget we ever talked about this. Now then, that is the end of the Redguard adventures. What an interesting game. Now we have the second era, 882. Daggerfall reawakens in the Red Mountain. The tribunal actually went to the heart of Lorcan to usually bathe in its power as per usual, and were ambushed by him and his ash vampires and were forced to retreat and cut off from its power. No. At the same time, we've got Tiber Septim that is still trying to take everyone's home, and he invades Morrowind. He sacked Mournhold. The city was completely destroyed, and the royal family killed, except for 5-year-old Berenzia at Symmachus's plea. He thought she might be useful for the future. Now, there's nothing more about Berenzia when I was looking at it, so I kind of wanted to have a little pause about Berenzia's life, because she's obviously really interesting. We've got so many books on her, and she's hot as hell. So it's very important. So as you can see, there's a huge age gap between them. Just wanted to like mention that. weirdo. Even though they're elves, it's kind of weird. In this time frame, and she has experience with cats. She does. She does. Yes, she does. Anyway, here her family's killed, and then she has questionable relations. Questionable, because like her family is killed when she's 5, and then when she's 17, I think, she has some questionable relations with Tiber Septim, which I really don't approve of because he was like old. Wait, was she 16 when she met Symmachus? No, she was like 5. Wait, like when I tried to calculate it, she's 5. Because this is when she's, no, sorry, this is when she's born. And like the the eras work very like confusing. They just end when people decide that they end. So I think this is like when it ends. So I think she's supposed to be 5 when they meet. So he meets her when she's a child, and then she's like in her teens when she starts having relations with Tiber Septim. Now, if you don't know what happened with Tiber Septim, we read the book, and basically, like according to this book, because there's 2 books, I don't actually think we have read the other account, but it basically says that she had relations with Tiber Septim. He's really old. He's like an old, like old man, a senior, right? And they have relations. She gets pregnant, which is really, really hard to do for Dunmer women. Like they're very not fertile, and she then gets forced to have an abortion, which is like horrible. And I hate reading that. That was horrible. So just mentioning like this poor lady, man. But yeah, besides that, then a year later, she becomes the Queen of Mournhold. Eventually, Symmachus and Berenzia get married. Their son Helsis gets born. Apparently, they have a daughter, which I didn't know. She's definitely not shown in Morrowind, but they've got a daughter called Morgia. And eventually, she actually remarries. So this is the pictures that we've got. Obviously, this is from another game, and that's why they look different, but I've got both looks. So first she was married to Symmachus, and she has 2 children, Morgia and Heldith. Morgia is so hot. I know. That's why I didn't include the whole picture of her first, because she's like quite sexualized. This is what I'm saying. Like Daggerfall is like so. Everyone's like half naked in that game. I don't think I could play it. They have their Danny's eyes. Yes. Anyway, well, they kind of have their mother's eyes to be honest. This was also confusing to me, by the way. They're so different. They're so different. Like, I was really confused when I was looking at this. Because obviously the Dunmer had gray skin because of the Azura's curse, and I understand this. But they were never this color. They were never this color. They were, like, more yellowy, no? Like, they were never... This, like, looks like... She looks human. There's a mod to make Burns the Dumber. They fucked up in Daggerfall. Yeah, they obviously did, because they do not... Like, she does not look... They look not at all. They kind of apologize for it. Good. Because this is so confusing. Like, why do they look human? Health does not look human, but why don't they look great? I'm so confused. When I was looking at this, I was like, this ain't right. And she has, like, straight up different eyes as well. Like, they have red eyes, but she's got blue eyes? What? Anyway, yes, so she was first married to Symmachus, has 2 children. Then she remarries after Symmachus dies. She marries King Aedwar. Yes. She remarries. And he already had a daughter called Alisana. Yes. But I thought that I would include this because I did not know that she remarried, like, at all. I don't think you see her in Morrowind either, so I thought that was cool to include. Yeah. According to an Aldmer scholar in a book about racial phylogenics, half-breeds tend to take on the characteristics of the mother. Yeah, but she wasn't half-breed, though. These children are from Symmachus. But yeah, Daggerfall was early lore days, and Brezia wasn't really finished as a character yet. Yeah, you can see this. You can see this. But yeah, anyway. Then we've got in the last years of the Second Era, Tiber Septim's Imperial legions are still invading Morrowind. House Delvani at the time was neutral in how to respond to the threat. House Halalu proposed accommodation, whereas Indoril, Dress, and Redoran proposed opposition. House Indoril swore to resist the invaders to the death, whereas House Dress and House Redoran were following their lead. Indoril and Dress advocated allowing the Western invaders to enter the interior of Morrowind, where they'd then engage in a guerrilla warfare. The Delvani remained neutral, and the Halalu advocated accommodation. Yes. And yeah, so as you can hear, I'm not gonna read all of it because it's like a bit much, but as you can hear, all of them were very like super divided on what to do when Tiber Septim started invading. Eventually, I think Redoran was the only one that was going to like fight them. They were completely on their own. But eventually, the result was that the tribunal knew that they couldn't win against Tiber Septim's army, so they decided to sign something called the Armistice to make Morrowind part of the army. So part of the Empire, sorry. The Lord High Counselor of the Grand Council of the time actually refused to accept this treaty and refused to step down, so he got assassinated and then replaced by a Halalu. Now, many Indoril nobles actually chose to commit suicide rather than submit to the Third Empire. Only by retreating into the ranks of the Tribunal Temple was Indoril able to save face at the end of the Second Era and keep their influence. Now, Tiber Septim had a dream of a unified Tamriel. So after some resistance, he kept persisting, and eventually Vivek and Tiber Septim did meet up to make this Treaty of the Armistice. And this created a lasting peace between Morrowind and the Cyrodiilic Empire. Many Dunmer did see this as the Tribunal's betrayal, but they didn't really have a choice as they had lost a lot of power after losing the Heart of Lorkhan, so they couldn't really resist. Now, what were actually the terms? Well, there were a lot of interesting terms. So, first of all, Morrowind became part of the Empire, but they still are allowed a degree of autonomy, maintaining the power of the Tribunal Temple and the Great Houses. Their military power has now been limited, and very interesting, they actually needed to surrender the Numidium to the Empire. And they also needed to accept the presence of Legion soldiers in Morrowind. And furthermore, the practice of slavery and Dunmer religious practices were protected. So Tiber was like, oh, I can see this is really important to you. So he let them continue. He was like, yes, nothing wrong here. I see, no problem. Yes. Anyway, Tiber Septim being a ninth divine is like saying that Caesar was actually a god. They're just brainless followers, I tell. Yeah, I really don't understand like why. I understand that Tiber was a very big, important figure when it came to the influence of men throughout Tamriel. Like, I cannot deny that, but he's not the best guy. I like from the like little things I've said. Wasn't Tiber dragonborn? No, that was actually Riemann. I don't know. I know that Riemann was said to be dragonborn because the Akavir actually came to Tamriel at one point. There was like an Akaviri invasion. They came to Tamriel because they were looking for a dragonborn, and when they found Tiber, when they found Riemann, they actually put down their weapons and started following him and became his dragon guard because they saw him as the dragonborn. So he was the dragonborn. Tiber Septim, I don't know. I don't think he was. I don't know anything. I don't know if he was. Yeah, I don't really have an answer for that. I know Riemann definitely was, but I don't know the rest. I mean, I know... Yeah, I know... anyone can chime in. Yeah, maybe someone else answer. I don't know. I've got Riemann. I know. Alicia, I would say, is also dragonborn because she was the one that was able to light the dragon fires against the gates of oblivion. Tiber Septim could only dragon shout from his butt. Well, he did have the thum. That is right. He does have the thum, but his throat got cut, so he couldn't do the thum anymore after that. But I don't know if that's what. I don't know. Do you have to? Because like the tongues can use the thum as well, and the tongues can use the thum as well, but I wouldn't say that makes them dragonborn, right? So I don't know. Oh, that's really hard. I'm gonna look it up. Okay, apparently he was the dragonborn. See, I find that hard to say because I feel like a dragonborn is like so many different things. Like, cause it is unknown how they are chosen. And you had like dragonborn emperors. I just didn't realize Tiber was also, but it makes sense, I suppose. But I wouldn't say being a dragonborn makes you a god either. Like, I don't feel like that's a good excuse. Anyway, there we go. That's the answer. Apparently, he might not have been born dragonborn, but has been blessed dragonborn later in life. Oh, maybe we actually go over that. I don't actually remember. Well, anyway, let's continue. So after the after the Elder Scrolls Online, there's actually a long period of no central rule until Tiber Septim. He was. Oh, I literally wrote it down after this. That's so funny. So about Tiber Septim, before him, between the Elder Scrolls Online and between Tiber Septim, there was actually a long period of no central rule. He was an imperial or Nordic general, but definitely a dragonborn who lit the dragon fire again. So yes, I actually wrote it down. That's so funny. I literally had one line to get to. Come on! Oh my god, get it together. Well, anyway, so as we know, part of the terms of the armistice, that's what it was called, right? Yes, of the armistice was that Morrowind had to give the Numidium to the Empire. So in 896, with the help of someone called Zurin Arctus, Tiber Septim's battle mage, he wanted to use it to conquer, but it would not function. So Zurin Arctus actually made the magical artifact called the Totem of Tiber Septim, that I have no picture of because there's no picture. He used this magical artifact to be able for the Numidium to be able to function. So this totem actually also had a seal with it, so it didn't allow anyone that was not of the Septim bloodline to touch it. Now this totem of Tiber Septim was supposed to help unlock and make the Numidium work, but it was not enough to power it, since the Heart of Lorkhan was no longer available. Now, because Daggerfall grabbed it, of course. Now, another source was there for created, and this source was called the Mantella, which was infused with Arctus's own life force. So the battle mage basically put his own life force into this heart-looking thing, to basically activate the Numidium. Now, because of this, the Numidium was indeed reactivated in Elsewhere, and its power was then used to conquer the Somerset Isles within an hour. And this, of course, caused another dragon break. And Tiber actually used this dragon break to kill noble families that weren't loyal to him, to replace them with people who were. And he used this robot to then nullify all resistance from the elves on Somerset Isles. Every province after this was then united, he then declared the start of a new era. He's like, yeah, I'm done. But yeah, literally Caesar, literally a tyrant, not a god, can't change my mind. This is what I'm saying. Like, why do people say Talus is a good guy? Why do they want to worship him? Yes, he's helped men. Yes, sure. But like, Jesus Christ, what a fucking horrible person. He kills so many people for like no reason. Well, obviously it was to take over, but like, Jesus Christ. But yes, Zurin Arctus after this was outraged at this misuse of the Numidium, which caused them to then fight, resulting in the destruction of the Numidium. The pieces of the Numidium were then scattered all over Tamriel, with the Mantella, the shattered heart between Zurin and the Numidian, was then blown into the netherworld of Aetherius, never to be seen again. After being cut off, Zurin then fell into a state of semi-slumber in a vault in High Rock. He goes to bed. Goo goo gaga? Not quite. Now, other accounts of this event claim that the Underking was actually, because Zurin Arctus is actually said to be the future Underking, which does appear in which game is it? I don't actually know. It's not Daggerfall, is it? Is it Daggerfall? I don't actually know which game it is. I haven't played it. But yeah, anyway, other accounts actually claim that once again, Izmir Wolfheart is included. No way. And blah blah blah. Myth actually says that the Underking was actually Izmir Wolfheart, who periodically returned to life at several points in history, as we've seen, and was thought to be the mortal avatar of Shor, which is the Nordic version of Lorkhan. His incarnation, the Ash King, was also referred to as the Underking. So the story goes that Wolfheart was also the advisor of Tiber Septim, and when the emperor turned his attention to Morrowind, he hoped that Tiber would conquer it because he hated elves, obviously, but the armistice was signed instead. No, which was against Izmir Wolfheart's ideals. So in this version of the story, Zurin Arctus still worked on the Numidium as the battle mage. So, okay, this is very confusing. Sorry, I'm going to say this again. Izmir Wolfheart was an advisor of Tiber Septim, but in this story, we've got Zurin Arctus is still like working on the Numidium. It's just we've got both of them active in the story, so that it's said that he was also here during this time. And basically, Arctus came to the conclusion that the Numidium was powered by the heart of Lorkhan's physical body, that is, his mortal avatar, Wolfheart. So Zurin and Tiber actually lured Wolfheart with a promise to fight the tribunal, but actually in reality they ended up casting Soul Trap on Izmir Wolfheart because they needed him to then power the Numidium. So they then killed him. And in this event, Zurin did end up dying as well, but in this version, it was covered up by Tiber, and it was said by him that Zurin was actually attempting to stage a coup. So in this version, Zurin still blew up the Numidium, but the Numidium was not powered by this, but it was powered by Izmir Wolfheart. So this is another version of the story. I don't know. Tiber Septim. Oh my god, guys, there's so many names going on. If we're speaking of true divines, I would say Dibella is actually really nice, for real. I don't think any of them are nice, I'm gonna be honest. Anyway, oh my god. Let's stop for a second. Oh my goodness. See, we got through the second era so quickly, guys. Isn't that so fast? cyberpunk riff. See, you were worried because we were still in the first era, but that's just because the first era is really freaking long. But the second era is like easy peasy lemon squeezy. And now we're gonna go over the third era and the fourth era, and then we are finished. Yay, progress. I know. So I think I'm gonna take my break now, so I can shower. What does any of this mean? What do you mean this is Elder Scroll lore? You're being silly right now. But yeah, I'm gonna have my break. And after the break, we're gonna go with the third and the fourth era. I hope so far you've enjoyed it very much. I think they ask for a quick recap. No. We can't be doing another recap, guys. We're never gonna finish shower. Stinky. Yes, I am stinky right now. It's so true. Well, now that she is our sewer queen. Now, but I'm gonna unstink myself, you see? But yeah, I need to shower and I need to eat. Let's put a third glass on there, because now we've seen almost 3 eras. So now we're gonna see the third era. Yeah. But yeah, guys, I will be about an hour. I'm gonna shower, I'm gonna have dinner, and then I will be back for the 2 last eras. I actually think we can do this, guys. I actually believe in us. I do. Can you go over it again and then one more time? No. No, I cannot. I don't think we will ever finish if I keep recapping everything, guys. You'll have to watch the VOD, I'm afraid. Yes. But yeah, we've got some exciting stuff coming up, so I'm very excited. Enjoy shower and dinner and stay safe. You too, Zento. I'm so happy to see you. But yeah, I will see you soon. Let me put a little saying here. Let me see. BMAC in. So that's thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you. But yeah, I will be back at 7:45. So this is UK time. So I can just get, showered, eat, and chill out a bit. And then I will be back. And I think we might actually finish before 10 p.m. I pray, yes. But yeah, everyone, stretch your legs, have some water. If I don't see you after the break, that's fine. You can always watch the VOD if you want. But thank you so much for staying with me so far. I hope you're enjoying it. Have a good break. See you very soon. Bye-bye. I will put out some polls in the meantime. Epic. Thank you, Soy. Bye-bye. Oh, I missed the last part. My mom called. It's okay. You can watch the VOD. Hello. Everyone said no, that I was not gonna be on time. That's crazy, but deserved, I suppose. Welcome back. You all lost. Huh. Yeah. How do you feel now? Pretty stupid, I bet. But hi, Sean. How are you today? They'd probably take the path of least resistance and just remove the mechanic altogether. I think communicating to the player that they should use a weapon related to their class and adding more feedback from your hits would work wonders. Indeed. Sorry, now back. Darn! On time as well! Yes, indeed. But yes, we will now continue, starting from the 3rd era till the 4th era, and then that's it, guys. That's it. We're finally there. Well, we still have to do the eras, but close enough. I have a tea with me as well. The way your model just stares when tracking is disabled is killing me. Sorry, do you not like me staring at you? How's the music? Well, they can use this Oblivion combat stuff without dice stuff. Indeed. The 3rd era. Hoorah! What tea? I don't see no tea. How was dinner? Dinner was great. Koopsie made some pasta pesto with some chicken, with some pancetta, with some aubergine, courgette, and some kale. Yummy. Nor in your hands, nor bosoms. Why would I have my tea in my bosoms? I would burn myself. I've got tea here. I've got some lemon and ginger tea. Oh my god, that was a good meal. Yeah. Yummy. Chef Koopsie indeed. Very yummy. But yes, so I feel satisfied. I also had some chocolate and I had an apple, of course. My brand. I should be sponsored by like an Apple company by now. Like, why am I not? I talk about apples so many times. It's crazy. Just free advertisement. 5 complete polls. Results are in. What are the results and what were the questions? Tap the cup with spoon so we can travel in. I don't have a spoon with me. Pink lady Noah. No. I don't like pink ladies, actually. Streamer is yes, stinky. Tiber septim is gay and not a god. Okay. Mer is better than beast folk, is better than men. Jagar is fat. A diverse viewer base with a lot of different first games. All right. No spoons. Sorry. I've used the spoon to like mix in the honey, but then I've put it in the dish because it's like hard to drink your tea when there's a spoon in it. So I first stir and then I leave it. Yeah. I don't get the fuzz about pink lady. Just wash your hands. What? Huh? I'm a bit confused now. Are we talking about the same thing? Anyway, you're a bandit and a scallywag, madame. No, I'm not. I'm great. I farted into your general. Whoa! What the hell? What warrants this aggression? That's crazy. I have stirred my tea and I left my spoon with the dishes. Why would I take it with me? Straight up. Straight up. Just wash your apples. Oh, sorry. Why did I think it said hands? Well, of course I wash my apples, but it's just like I don't like pink ladies. They're just too sweet for me. I used to really like them and I just don't anymore. Because you can't read. That's so rude! Yes, I can. Just sometimes your brain fills in the blank, you see? But anyway, who's ready for more lore? Who's ready for more lore? Put up your hand in the air. Who's ready? Who's ready? Spoonless! What's she mean? What's happening? Me ready. Cancel the streamer. Oh god. Well, I guess you're not joining her. More lore. Me. Epic. Well, let's start. More lore, yes, big score. You're getting creative with this. More lore. Okay, anyway, let's start the 3rd era. Huzzah. Because Tiber and Septim says it is. Now, can you see this? Can you read these names? Or do I have to make the screen bigger? I might have to make it bigger. Finally, the trash eras have passed. What do you mean? The 1st era is literally the longest era of them all. That's a crazy thing to say. I'm just jesting. No need to become exalted. I'm sorry. You're fine. You're fine. More lore wind. There is actually more Morrowind stuff coming, yeah. Background music can be a bit louder. Yeah? Okay, let me do that. It's just a bit of a quiet moment, really. Let's switch over to the night, actually, because it's night now. Yeah. I also jest all eras are valid and appreciated. Good. Loud, too loud, good, bad. Also, can you read these? Can you read these names, or is that too small? I think that's pretty good. That looks pretty good to me. But yes. Except the Merethic era? What is the Merethic era about? Your goal thingies are in the way. Oh, I think I can turn that off. Give me a second. No. Your goal. Your poll has decided I won't be on time, even though I'm here right now. Yeah, how can I turn this off? What is it? Goals? This one? Yes, it is. Okay, there we go. There we go. I should have turned that off ages ago, actually. But it's okay size. For this, maybe we should make me really small and I should just do it full screen, maybe. We always experiment. Because so far, like, the words have been, like, really, really big. So it didn't really matter. Fit the screen. There we go. That's the biggest I can make it. Right. Let's start. So, this is the start of the Septim dynasty. Now the Septim dynasty is like so elaborate, like it's insane. So that's why I made this like whole thing. I did base it off of a Reddit poster that had like a whole graphic of them, but I did add some things here and there that weren't included or were forgotten or corrected. But most of it I did get from Reddit posters. I'm just gonna like say that I didn't make this myself completely. A Brief History of the Empire, Volume 1. Here we go. Yes, but it's much more elaborate. So it starts in the Third Era, 38. Emperor Septim dies, and Pelagius I is then crowned. And he stays emperor for 3 years. A whole 3 years, guys. Amazing. Until he is assassinated by the Dark Brotherhood, leaving no direct descendants to the throne. This is something that was very actually surprising to me, because I didn't actually know this. The actual Septim dynasty is not directly from Tiber Septim. It is actually from his brother Agnorith. Agnorith then has a child with someone we don't know, producing an heir, Kintira I, who then becomes the empress of Cyrodiil. So it's actually the whole line after Pelagius I are not directly from Tiber. It's from his brother. Which I did not know. So I was like, oh, I see. Because I was confused for the longest time. Like, what the hell? This doesn't make any sense. And then I was like, oh, Tiber should have kept Barry's kid. I don't know why he didn't, to be honest. I mean, probably because he had a wife. But, you know. Now, Kintira then rules till the Third Era, 48, so also once again not very long, 7 years. She is then replaced by Uriel I. Now Uriel I then I suppose I have to show this already. But yes, Uriel I is crowned. Then we have Uriel I that has a child, Uriel II. He's not crowned yet at this point that I'm explaining. We've got him that has a child, Pelagius II. He went to High Rock State Camlorn to then court the princess Quintilla. So she is the daughter of Volstad, who is the king of Camlorn. He wants to marry her. Now, they actually have a little adventure together. So Pelagius found out that the city of Camlorn is being haunted by a demon werewolf. Starting to sound familiar? Pelagius and Quintilla then, with her sorcery, went out and defeated this werewolf. Quintilla then changed the beast's soul to a gem, and Pelagius then changed the gem into a ring and married her. How cute! At this point, Uriel II is not the emperor yet. This only happens in 64. So then Uriel dies. Uriel II takes over. Then we've got Potama is born in the third era, 67. So Potama is better known as the Wolf Queen later on. You might have read some books about her. It was said that the soul of the wolf would stay with Pelagius and Quintilla till the birth of their first child, Potama. I think the music might be a bit too loud. It looks like it's really taken over. I'm just gonna like turn it down a little bit. Heh. 6, 7. You guys have problems. Coopsy's been like the same all weekend, saying 6, 7. Oh Christ. Anyway, so Potama is born, and the wolf soul is said to be with her, with Pelagius and Quintilla, till the birth of Potama. Now, Potama is promised in the year 80 to Mantiarco. She was 13 years old, and they promised her to Mantiarco because they wanted to smooth the relations with the Northern Kingdom. In 81, she is married to this Mantiarco, who is 62 years old. Disgusting. Yuck. Then in 82, so here she's married. In 82, Uriel II then dies and leaves a lot of debt for his son, the successor Pelagius II. How nice. Who's Mantiarco? What do you mean? Potama's husband. What does that mean? He is the king of solitude at the time, yes. But yes, so we've got Uriel II that dies, Pelagius II takes over, then we've got... Did the siblings all take turns being emperor? No, they're just... Well, you'll see. So, then we've got... Why did I say this? That is not right. Where is the 97? No, it's not quite right. Yes, anyway, Pelagius is then emperor till the year 98, where he then dies. Then Antiochus takes over, so Pelagius' son. Quintilla, after this, also died, so this is Pelagius' wife, so his mother. Sorry, this is a bunch of like just going through all of them, because some of them do have stories, some of them don't. Like some of them are more important than others, but I just thought, what's going to happen. Yes. Then we've got Antiochus that becomes and then we've got Mantiarco that dies, so Potama's husband. And then we've got an event. Finally, the third era, year 110, we've got the War of the Isle. In the War of the Isle, we've got King Orgnum. Remember him? The youthful king of the Maumur. He attacks the Somerset Isles to claim the province. Before the war, Queen Potama, allegedly according to the Wolf Queen book, arranged a dinner meeting with him in the Blue Palace. She also met with the Sijic order beforehand. It is thought that perhaps Potama and Orgnum created a deal where she would become empress if he won, and when the war came, the Somerset Isles and the Third Empire stood united against Orgnum, but were unable to withstand him. All hope seemed lost, till suddenly a freak storm appeared, accredited to the Sijic order. This was the last documented appearance of the Maumur in Tamriel, actually. The storm was said to be too violent to have been conjured by Orgnum himself, so it must be the Sijic order that did this. Maybe this was a second plot that Queen Potama had planned, who knows? Good evening, everyone. Sorry for being late for the stream. It's okay, Wise Man. How are you today? Hello. Then around the year 111, an epic... Wait, so the Maumur won and then were never heard of again? No, they didn't win. They didn't win. So, Potama and Orgnum of the Maumur, they made a deal, supposedly, according to the book, that if he won and took over the Somerset Isles, that she would become empress. But eventually the Third Empire defeated Orgnum, supposedly with the Sigic's orders help, because there was like a really big storm that appeared, but it seemed too great to have been conjured by Orgnum himself, especially because it destroyed his army as well, and this was like the last time they were heard of again. So he was defeated by the Third Empire and the storm. Yes. Queen Hippopotama? No, it's close. It's just Potama. But yeah, sorry. In year 111, we've got the Knights of the Nine that are founded by the War of the Isles veteran Amil Lanus. We see him as a ghost. They retrieve 4 of the 8 relics of Pelennor Whitestake. As we know, the Aedra were known to have made the armor that Pelennor Whitestake wore during the Elysia Wars, and the Knight of the Nine, actually, one of their goals was to retrieve these relics. The goal of the religious organization was to find the Crusaders' relics in order to preserve them. Yes, the Priory of the Nine in southern West Weald is the base of operations for the Nine, where we actually meet. It's the end of the Septim dynasty line. Interesting. But yes. Oh, I see. Right, so Antiochus is still emperor at this time, but then he dies, and Kintira II is crowned. It obviously doesn't help that a lot of these emperors have the same name, so that must be really confusing. But yes, there is actual, like, order to the chaos, I promise. So Kintira II is crowned. Now, Queen Potama tried to get Kintira invalidated by the Elder Council so that her own son, Uriel III, could be the emperor instead. Now, the Elder Council is basically the Temurialic government, which consists of the unelected wealthiest men and women in the empire. So she was trying to convince them that Kintira II was invalid. So at the Uriel, that's not what I said. At the half funeral, half coronation, Potama gave her infamous speech to the Elder Council with her entire family present. She said, "The Empress Magna unfortunately did not..." Oh wait, that's not what she said. This is a story. Sorry. The girl called Kintira is popularly believed to be the daughter of Magna and the captain of the guard. It may be that she is the daughter of Magna and the boy who cleans the cistern. We can never know for sure, not as certainly as we can know the lineage of my son, Uriel, the last of the Septim dynasty. So, the Empress Magna unfortunately did nothing to temper my brother's Antiochus' lustful spirits. In point of fact, no whore in the slums of the city spread out on more beds than she. Had she attended to her duties in the imperial bedchamber more faithfully, we would have a true heir to the empire, not the half-wit, milksop bastards who call themselves the emperor's children, is also what she said. Yes, so why did I not put this in quotes as well? This is so confusing. It looked like this was just a story, but both of it is just things she's saying. Anyway, yes, so these are also the seats of the Elder Council I was supposed to show, and I did not. Dang, Potama had a way with words. He called her anything but as a harlot. She was very rude, yes, I will agree to this. Now, obviously, in this, she praised the late Antiochus and his victory over Pannonia, but then she talked lowly of the empress, questioned the identity of Quintira's father, and uplifted the legitimacy of her own son, Uriel Mantiarca. Potama was rejected, sadly for her, by the elder council and banished from the imperial court and the coronation. They then returned to solitude to then prepare for a rebellion. Da-da-da. Well, I got back home from my girlfriend's parents' cabin. We were dog sitting while they went to celebrate the girlfriend's great grandma's birthday. We did stay a bit to mingle when we dropped the parents. When we picked them, I also got introduced for the rest of girlfriend's big family during those times. I got to say they were quite interesting bunch. Isn't family always very interesting? I agree. I also fixed a piece of clothing of mine and took a quick walk before remembering that, oh yeah, stream time. That sounds like a very full day, and I'm very happy to hear this. I also had a good weekend, to be honest. Yesterday, me and Koopsie went out first to get him some jeans because he had no jeans. So I was like, this is getting ridiculous. You need clothes to wear to go outside. So we finally went shopping. He was very reluctant, but we got 2 jeans, very good. And then we went for a coffee and a pastry, and then we sat by the river. It was really nice and sunny. You'll technically only need 1 pair of pants. No, but the thing is, he had 0. Both of them have holes in them. And like one of them is like in a really bad spot, so he definitely cannot wear that one. And the other jeans, he also has a hole in it in a less inconvenient place, but I know from experience that it's gonna rip more and he's eventually gonna need a new one anyway. A real man needs only 1 pair. No more, no less. That's ridiculous. You cannot wear the same pants all week. Are you mad? If it's in the washing, what are you gonna wear, huh? You gonna go out naked? That's just plain ridiculous. Now, there's minimalism and there's just like also just silliness. That's just plain silly. You can and you should. You wouldn't understand. No, I don't understand because that's plain silly. That just sounds like you're really stinky, honestly. Yeah, I said it. You're stinky. Yeah. Wait, you wash your clothes? Oh my god, and you call me stinky? That's crazy. Anyway, let's get back to the lore. You wash on Sunday when you're at home. So you wear the same pants all week? Lord. Silly. Silly, silly, silly. Anyway, let's continue. So in the 3rd era, year 121, Uriel III, so the son of Potema, bought the support of several kings of High Rock, Skyrim, and Northern Morrowind, and then coronated 3 attacks on the Septim Empire. Other states like the Ebonheart supported her as well. The War of the Red Diamond began with 2 attacks. The first was on Iliac Bay, and the second in eastern Morrowind. Riots were caused across northern High Rock and Skyrim. A Duke of Is this still the same? Yes. A Duke in Glenpoint in High Rock, loyal to the Empire, sent a request for reinforcement. So Quintira II led the army herself to face Potema. Little did she know that this was actually a trap laid by Potema herself and the Duke, who was coerced to be her accomplice. When she arrived at Glenpoint Castle, she was then imprisoned in the dungeon. Da, da, da. Meanwhile, the Elder Council was busy suppressing the fighting up north. Uriel just walked into the Imperial City, besieging the city in barely a fortnight. Uriel Septim III then declares himself emperor the same evening and then abandons his name Mantiarco. A fortnight? Yes, a fortnight. That's not how you write that. Uriel now had to face his uncles Magnus and Sepphoris Septim, who had the support of the majority of kings. So this is what the divide is. We've got nobles across Blackreach, Elsewhere, Hammerfell, the Somerset Isles, and Valenwood were mixed. Those most kings supported Sepphoris and Magnus. They did have the full support of High Rock. Then we've got the Knights of the Nine, mostly disbanded because of the different loyalties in this war. So obviously it didn't take very long for them to disband. But yes, Sepphoris led an army of Red Guards in western Tamriel between High Rock and Hammerfell. Then King Magnus led an army of Argonians through Morrowind and Skyrim. Mournhold fought alongside them as well. So a lot of different divides. So this part is Sepphoris and Magnus, whereas this part is Uriel. Yes, Uriel III. Now, in the year 123, Empress Kintira II dies in her cell, Sag. The reaction to Kintira's second demise was resounding. The local Bretons of Glenpoint and neighboring Glenumbra moors felt abject horror and regret when they learned that their empress had died in their home and from their own inaction, and therefore a witch hunt. Wait, did I skip something? No, I didn't. Sorry. I was like, whoa. Yes, so they were mad that this happened all under their nose. So a witch hunt then took place in the two regions until they cornered the perpetrator. The day that it happened, the 23rd morning of Frostfall, has now been memorialized as the Broken Diamonds. Her death rallied many against the Wolf Queen. Now, in the Third Era, year 127, both factions meet on the battlefield. Sepphoris fights Uriel II at the Battle of Ikidag in Hammerfell, whereas Magnus and Pottima meet in the Battle of Falkenstar in Skyrim. At some point, Uriel did indeed lose and was captured. Now, en route to his trial, a mob overtook his carriage and then burned him alive in this carriage. Pottima did win her battle, besides Uriel losing. Now Sepphoris the Septim the First was then crowned emperor. Hooray! Don't know why. Why was Glenpoint shown? Did I say Glenpoint? I don't remember. Oh well. Anyway, after Sepphoris the Septim the First was crowned emperor, the death of her son filled Pottima with rage. She resorts to using Daedra and necromancers to resurrect fallen soldiers. Troops and kingdoms formerly loyal to Pottima turn on her. It takes Sepphoris an additional 10 years of constant warfare to defeat his sister Pottima. Which is crazy, by the way. In year 137, Solitude is left to fend for itself. It has become a land of death. Pottima uses necromantic rituals to create a reusable army filled with rotting chambermaids and vampire generals. After a month-long siege of her castle in Solitude, the Wolf Queen passes away peacefully of old age in her bedchamber at 70 years old. Before she dies, she gives Pelagius III the gem with the wolf soul. And so after this, he becomes the ruler of Solitude. This marked the end of the War of the Red Diamond. Wow. Epic, isn't it? I don't know why I put Glenpoint there. I think there was a reason, no? Oh. This is such a bad placement for it, because that's way before then. Or is it? Glenpoint was where Quintiero's imprisoned. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. That was the place. Yes, I just wanted to show you where it was. I remember it like being a location that was important in the story, but I just don't remember what it was again. Yes. I love that you know that and I don't. To be fair, we have read the book. Anyway, let's continue. So after this whole story, we've got year 140 when Emperor Severus Septim I falls off his horse and he dies, replaced by his younger brother Magnus Septim. I've probably read Brief History of the Empire 2 or 3 times. It's a lot to keep track of. It is a lot. There's a lot of like emperors and they really don't last a long time. I don't even know which one is the longest one. I guess we'll see. But yeah, so he falls off his horse and he dies. So Magnus takes over in 155. Then we've got 157. We've got Magnus's son, Pelagius III, also called Pelagius the Mad, as we have seen him in Skyrim. His mind deteriorates. He goes mad. He insults vassal kings and tries to once end a great ball by attempting to hang himself. It is said it was because of the gem Potama gave him, which she did before she died. His madness cost him the throne. He is replaced by his wife. Sorry, I forgot to say, he became emperor. Sorry, Magnus dies eventually, and Pelagius III became the emperor. He went mad though, so his wife Kataria took over. Yes, this is where we are. Pelagius III declares himself incompetent to reign, and so he spends the rest of his life within asylums and with healers. Now, then we have this is too early as well. Eventually, in the year 153, Pelagius III dies, and wait, that doesn't make it. Sorry, I've like done so many parts of this that it's like become confusing for me even. So that's the definite end of the Septim dynasty then, if it wasn't already ended before. No, it's not over yet. The Septim dynasty ends way further. It's like a lot more. Because all of them are still descendants of each other. It's definitely not, like, Potama just said the end of the Septim dynasty, as in, like, at that time, he was the last true heir at that time, but obviously they have more children, and then, but, like, I mean, because, like, these are all children of Pelagius, who's, you know, son of Uriel, who's, yeah, like, you know, it all goes up, so they're all still Septims. So it all still makes sense, yes. I don't know why I made... Yeah, I wrote it wrong in my text. I said Galavir was made the empress, but she wasn't. I don't know why I wrote that down here. It's not Gali, it's Kataria. So first she took over because Pelagius III was mad. He was going mad. He was incompetent to be the emperor. So his wife Kataria took over. He does have a mistress called Galavir Lariath, with which they have... Kataria was a Dunmer, by the way. I know it says Dunmer here. It says Dunmer here, but you probably can't read it. It does say Dunmer though. Yes, I know. Thanks. But yes, so he also had a. It's small. Sorry, no, it's okay. But thank you for telling me. Yes, I did realize. Yes, maybe I should. I mean, I didn't really read all. I didn't read out all of these things because, well, they just kind of say what they were and how long and everything. But yes, she was a dumber. Hello, Potato. Hello, hello. But yeah, so Kateria took over after Pelagius III went mad. He died in 153, year 153, and Kateria was officially made empress at this time. Her reign was 46 years actually, and it was one of the most glorious septum well, reigns, I suppose. She traveled through the empire and repaired a lot of the damage that the previous reign had caused. Yes, dumbers make the best regents sometimes. Yes. Now she was a empress from, I suppose, she started as a regent year 147 till the year 200 when she eventually sadly died and Cassinder takes over. So that's their son. He only ruled for 2 years sadly, and then Uriel the sixth took over. Yes. Now he's a bastard, as we know, but still obviously the son of Pelagius, so still a septim, I would say. Yes. Actually, no, okay, yes. He was adopted into the family, but he was a bastard, yes. So, Uriel the Fourth, actually, sorry. Is that how you... I always forget which way around it is. Oh yeah, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4 is 4. Okay, my bad, sorry. I hate doing the wall action. It's a Uriel, who cares? Oh my god, please. Jesus Christ, do you know how many there are? They all have the same name. For Christ's sake. I'm so embarrassed now. There are 7. Do you want to take over? Do you want to take over the... Do you actually want to take over the PowerPoint right now? Do you want to take over? You want to do this? I know I wrote it right. I know I wrote it right. I just always forget which way around you read it, okay? I just need a moment to recover. I'm embarrassed. But anyway, so he becomes the emperor, and he was not a direct, like, illegitimate child, but he's still a septum because he came from Pelagius III. Now he eventually died in year 247, and Sephirus II is then crowned. His cousin... Wait, what? Wait, I need to read this for a second to understand. Right, so yes. So here is also where I was a bit confused because we had Uriel that obviously has a child called Andorak with random person, but he should have become the next emperor but he was actually voted to be disinherited, so he was not recognized by the Elder Council, and so Sepphoris II was actually proclaimed the emperor instead because he was more closely related to the original septim line because he came from Magnus. So Magnus had a relationship with Ursula Durrani, so a Durrani. I thought that was pretty interesting. And they had two children, Pelagius III and Jolith, who was a high queen of Skyrim. She was married to someone and had a child called Sepphoris the Second, and so he became the emperor instead. So he was the son of Pelagius the Second's sister Jolith. Yes. So this is something that was a brain twister when I was researching it because I was like, this doesn't make any sense. Like, who are they to each other and stuff? And like, eventually I figured it out. But yes, confusing. Now then, we've got he has a relationship with someone and they have a child named Uriel again, the fifth. Now Uriel the fifth wanted to change the perception of the empire, so he planned a series of invasions, very very different all of a sudden. So in year 271 he conquered the island kingdom of Ruskria. In year 276 the island kingdom of Kathnoki, yeah. Sorry, these are just credits. These are just credits by who they were made. Because it was very hard, once again, there's like not really much representation of what it looks like. But these were all like little islands. In the year 279, he invaded the island kingdom of Ineslia. That he conquered, and then in the year 284 he invaded the port city of Ezronit. So needless to say, he did a lot of conquering. Then another Uriel is born away with his wife Thonica, weird name. So Uriel the sixth is born. He then assembles a large fleet. So Uriel V in year 288 assembles the largest fleet ever recorded in history to then invade Akavir. 6 weeks later, he invades Saisi. He creates the town of Septimia and Lonith? Ionith? I don't know if it's Lonith. I think it's Lonith, yes. This year, his twin daughters Morithatha and Eloisa are born. Eventually, the invasion does fail and the Saisi try to assassinate the emperor, but are luckily stopped by the 10th Legion. Yippee! But eventually he is killed in year 290 at the Battle of Lonith in the Akavir continent, which caused the invasion to be abandoned. His son Uriel VI is then crowned emperor, but his mother was the regent empress for the time being. Now, this was until the year 307, when Uriel VI indeed officially took on the role of emperor. Under him and Morithatha, the Elder Council actually lose their authority over the emperor, which permits the emperor to rule directly. Then, another horse incident. No way. In year 320, Uriel VI fell off his horse and dies, so his sister Morithatha is crowned empress as he had no children himself yet. Eloisa dies of a fever, so that's the other daughter of Uriel V. Empress Morihatha is then assassinated. So her okay, I'm gonna have to disappear for a second because you can't see anything. Yes. So we've got in 399 was when Morihatha is assassinated. Her nephew Pelagius, the fourth, is then assassinated. Oh wait, is then crowned. Sorry, wait, this is too early. He's crowned, and this lasts until 368 when he dies. And Uriel, as we know him in Oblivion, no way, the emperor that is best known in the game, so he's the one that appears the most. He is finally taking over. Wow, in the year 368. Christ. So as you can see, it like branches out more and more. It's like nephews and brothers, and like it really does pass on like so often. Like it's insane how much like complexity there is. Like first of all, they're not even like direct descendants of, well, they are, but like they're not even, you know, like this. They're more like this and then that and then that and then that, you know. Yeah, his reign span all 4 games. Yeah, there we go. Anyway, yes. As we know, Uriel did indeed have one heir with we don't know who, that became the last of the Septim dynasty. This is Martin. We love him. He's very cool. Off to bed for me. I got an early shift this week. Have a wonderful week, y'all. I'll catch up when the VOD comes out. Okay, have a good night. Thank you for joining. I appreciate it. Redguard is off lore. Take care. Off lore? Yeah, good night, good night. Hopefully we finish today. I'm planning to anyway. But that's the whole tiber septim family line. That was I think that's the most difficult thing to explain because it's like so elaborate. But yes. Right. So then we've got a few small events. We've got in the year 383, Count Janus Hasildor of Skingrad and his wife are infected by vampires. You can see this in the game Oblivion. We have not played this yet, so this is a spoiler. Then we've got Daggerfall. So in Daggerfall, you are called the agent. I thought I should include what you're called in every game because it's kind of fun. Because like, for example, in Elder Scrolls Online, you were the vestige, whereas here you are the agent. So this is some Daggerfall lore. We've got the king of Camlorn in 385 discovers that the Jagar tharn, there he is, Jagar tharn has a plan for treachery and was assassinated upon writing a letter to the emperor. So king of Camlorn is assassinated for writing the snitching letter. In the year 389, Uriel the seventh is betrayed by his battle mate Jagar tharn, like the king was going to warn him about, and is imprisoned in Oblivion. Jagar tharn then uses powerful magic to then disguise himself as the emperor and then rules in his stead, lying to everyone. Then we have the 5-year war. We have a lot of wars now. A lot of wars. We're gonna get through a few wars, so bear with me. First, we have the 5-year. These slides are great. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. But yeah, so in 394, we've got the 5-year war that breaks out. This is between the Khajiit and the Bosmer. So they fight over border territories. The Bosmer claimed the Khajiit bandits actually started attacking wood caravans, whereas the Khajiit claim that they started in 395 when they killed thousands of civilians at the slaughter of Torval. The Khajiit lost the Battle of Zelnan due. So yes, both of them are claiming that the other one started the war, but it's actually unclear who won. Now they had two big battles. They had the Battle of Zelnin and the battle at Fort Sphinxmoth. So the battle at Zelnin, the Khajiit lost because they got bad advice from Lords of Solitude. They were using heavy armor, which was really not for them because they're more of an agile race, and so they lost. Whereas in the battle at Fort Sphinxmoth, it was a turning point for the Khajiit because they used their traditional weapons again. Very simple. Then in the same year, we've got the Arnesian War that began between the Dunmer and the Argonians. It started as a slave revolt in House Dress that escalated into a full war between Morrowind and Blackmarsh. It started with the death of a Dunmer trader named Roris. This was later made into a saint by the tribunal. So I don't know if you remember this. I might go back to the other PowerPoint. But House Dress actually had a really bad... You know what? I'm going to go back. I'm gonna open the other PowerPoint. Yes. I mentioned this like way back, so you probably forgot, but yes. He can't lie, that's not nice. I agree, Zenzo. How could he, you know? Saint Roris, saint of furniture. Not quite. Where are we speaking about the houses? So it was this PowerPoint. So first we have Saint Lothis. That was kind of a bad guy. He eventually got turned into a like robot, like his soul got put into it, and he was in mental anguish for like years and years until Sothasil freed him. Now he was kind of a controversial figure because he did a bunch of bad things. I kind of forgot what he did. Wait, let's see. Lot 6? Yes. I swear he was like a bad guy or something. I swear he was. Or was it someone else that was a bad person? Dress was not against foreigners. They welcomed them as slaves. That is a crazy thing to say, by the way. Yeah, I swear that was one. Oh, wait, no, this was someone else. No, it was the Taus Telvanni. We had Voris the Immolent. Yes. He embarked on a journey to elsewhere with his followers, and there Saint Voris ordered a village to be demolished in Anaquina, which instilled fear into the Khajiit people. They eventually decided to fight back, so Voris decided to kill all of them except the strong ones he took as slaves. So it's not House Dress, it is House Telvanni. That's it. Right. Yes. But yeah, so not House Dress, that's wrong. um Right. So the Arnesian War was a war between the Dunmer and Argonians. It started as a slave revolt in House Dress. That's why I was confused, but it's the House Telvanni that had them as a as a saint. So it started with the death of a Dunmer trader named Roris, who was later made into a saint by the tribunal. It was the saint for Telvanni. He was actually captured by Argonian rebels, and when he refused to denounce his faith, he was then brutally tortured and killed. Marwind eventually defeated the Argonians and expanded their territories to the south. And then I included this meme because I thought it was like really funny. I do feel like this is so accurate. Like, I feel like in the lore, the Argonians have done so much to like be free of like slavery. Like in the lore, they're like, what I've mentioned 4 times that they make like organizations to like kill slavers and everything, and in Skyrim they're like, no. So I feel like this is so accurate, you know? Very true. Anyway, there needs to be some memes sometimes. But yeah, we've got the year 3094. Well, it's cold in Skyrim. I know, but you know. The 5-year war is still happening. This is actually needs to be a 7, sorry. This is 397. The war between the Bosmer and the Khajiit is still going at this time, so it's been 3 years since the war started. A truce was made to stop the conflict, but the Khajiit broke it by crossing the Xylo River and attacking the Valenwood. Their first target was the village of Athi. They burned the harbor and only left a handful of survivors. The nearby village of Krenos was also destroyed. The surviving Bosmer then fled to the ancient hamlet of Vindisi, where they summoned a wild hunt. Now, what is a wild hunt? A wild hunt is a magical trait innate to Bosmer. It is brought on by a collective ritual performed by many Bosmer, causing them to then shapeshift into a horde of feral eldritch beasts. This transformation cannot be undone, and these monsters then stampede, changing their forms constantly, slaying and devouring all in their paths, devouring the flesh of those in their way to the bone in seconds. And eventually, when left with no surviving targets, they then turn on themselves in a cannibalistic orgy. Wow, how nice. Now, this wild hunt did manage to kill the surviving Khajiit forces, and after the wild hunt was then blocked off from Vindisi, the wild hunt turned on itself and cannibalized itself, destroying the hamlet, and all Mer turned monsters. So this war turned pretty brutal pretty quickly. Now, the same year, there was another war happening. Oh my god. We've got the War of the Blue Divide, which is named for the water separating them. Very creative. It was Valenwood versus Somerset Isles, so the Altmer. The Somerset ended up defeating Valenwood and gained several coastal islands. In Skyrim, there's also a Dunmer orphan who was adopted by Argonians. Skyrim is a meme. Yeah, it's a bit cute though. I like that. Then we've got another war. Oh my god, they just keep coming. We've got the War of Bender Muck, which started where Skyrim defeated Hammerfell and High Rock and took many parts of their lands. This caused another divide between the Crowns and the Forebears, as the Forebears refused to help the Crowns, which was a response to the Crowns not helping the Forebears during the Cameron usurper invasion. The most interesting situation here was the city of Dragonstar. So with the Dragonstar, it was actually divided into 2 parts. So each part had their own government wanting to take over the whole city. So basically, imagine just a city, it's split in half. I guess you could say Berlin. And then each has their own government, yes. Just a little warring period. Yeah, just a little bit, you know? Now, this conflict of Bender Muck actually lasted for 30 years and was then used once again by Jagar Tharn, our evil little wizard, to create the Shadow of Conflict. Now, like, I don't know what the fuck a Shadow of I didn't know what the fuck the Shadow of Conflict was. The Shadow of Conflict of Umbra Keth, to be exact. Now, this is from the Elder Scrolls Travels Shadow Key expansion, which is like, I think, a mobile game? I don't know. But yes, it describes the Shadow of Conflict as a literal manifestation of conflict born out of war. Think of it as things were so messed up, a nightmare became real, and some powerful mages wanted to use it to unleash terror and power to their own ends on Tamriel. But yeah, this is, I think, hereditary again. I just could not find an answer. I was like, I don't know what that means. But yeah, that's what it is. Yes. The Shadow of Conflict. Yes. Now, this little guy is Umbraketh. So he is the Shadow of Conflict. Yes. So the initial residence of Umbraketh was actually behind a shadow gate in the Twilight Temple, which is situated in Hammerfell, where it was sustained by Pergan Asul. So in essence, Umbraketh was an entity composed of shadow, described as an incarnation of war, and had not yet reached its full potential, as it required more conflict. So this 30-year war basically fed this little, like, weird-looking creature, and because it took so long, he was like sucking up all the violence, and then he was powered up, I guess. Yes. Now, a question I saw about this, like, Shadow of Conflict a lot was, like, why has this not happened before? Because, yes, sure, this, like, this war, like, lasted for 30 years, okay? But, like, why hasn't this happened before? There's been so many wars. Wars that last for, like, hundreds of years, and, like, this is the first time it happens? Okay. Anyway. This is probably the most attention Shadowkey has gotten in the last decade. Probably, yes. I wanted to include everything, I told you. I probably missed things, though. Like, I kept finding new things. This is insane. Yes. Now, then we have year 399, still in the game Daggerfall. It is your duty to then free the Emperor that Jagar Tharn has kidnapped and has been impersonating. You have to find them by finding... Sorry, you have to find the Emperor by finding the remains of the Staff of Chaos. The player slays the evil Jagar Tharn when they find it, and then rescue... this is Arena? Is this Arena? Oh my god. Did I make them up? Whatever, I didn't play the games. You get the gist of it! The history is the same. The history is the same. Anyway, in this game... No, sorry. I think what I did wrong is, we've got Daggerfall. No, this isn't Arena, is it? This is not Arena. This is Daggerfall, no? I don't know, I've not played it, I swear. Anyway, the lore is still correct. It's... Yes, that's all that matters. The lore is correct. The evil guy is Arena. Yeah, but your Jagar Tharn, like, shows up multiple times throughout the games, no? I swear he does. Arena is where you hunt 8 parts of the staff to free Uriel from the, i.e. Jagar Tharn. Well, okay, my apologies, but the hero is from Daggerfall. Yeah, I thought this was Daggerfall. I swear it was. My bad. Well, anyway, you collect the staff, and then you slay Jagar Tharn and rescue the Emperor. Hooray, happy end. At the time, the 5-year war between the Bosmer and the Khajiit finally comes to an end. Yippee! Orsinium is also at this time passed to the Orcish people again. Orsinium once again changes ownership, and they applied for provincial status, which ends the long feud with Wayrest. Oh my god, thank god, am I right? In year 400, a Daedra called Dagath Usol of the 6th house occupied the ancient fortress of Kogorun and used it for their operations. They had been growing in power since the end of the Second Era. Blight storms became more common, and soul sickness is spreading. Is this Daggerfall? Sorry, and I'm really like scared that I'm mixing all the games up. In year 401, we've got Queen Nolfaga, who finds the location of the Mantella, which we last... That is... Okay, I did think so. So, yes, she finds the heart of the Numidium that we last saw when Tiber Septim and his battle mage were fighting and he got lost. Nolfaga? Yes. Yeah. So she finds the location of this heart, and the totem of Tiber Septim is also found. The Underking actually appeared at the bidding war of the before lost totem of Tiber Septim and the Mantella. He says, centuries ago, Tiber Septim ruled the land and forged an empire with the great Numidium. The secret of Numidium's power lies in his heart, carried within the Mantella. It is the heart of Tiber Septim's battle mage. It is my heart. It is my Mantella. It is my totem. It belongs to me and none other, sorry. I have won and lost an empire. I have no desire to tamper further with mortal affairs. I want my heart back. Lorcan, get in line. Don't worry, it's just the Mantella affection. No way, it must be, yes. That's a good one. Yes. Oh, here we go. Now then, another war. You guessed it. Oh my god. So, we have the War of Bethany that then starts, which was a conflict between Daggerfall and Sentinel over the island of Bethany, which is this little guy over here. So we've got Sentinel over here, we've got Daggerfall over here, and we've got Bethany in the middle, which they want to claim. So Sentinel had a claim to have a claim based on a potentially illegal 200-year-old contract declaring that Bethany to be a traditional holding of the kingdom of Sentinel. So they said, no, we have a 200-year contract that says we own that thing. This was due to its strategic position, which would prove to be a major asset to whoever controlled the island. Hi, puppy, how are you today? Hello. Side note, I actually think Zurin Arctic, the Hunger King, was a manifestation of Lorcan in some form. There's no way some random soul could power the Numidium, even if they were a powerful mage. Interesting. But, like, how would he not be aware that he's Lorcan, though? Like, he doesn't seem to be aware. Maybe he was just really powerful. Who knows? But yes, so at the time, Bethany was actually constantly being harassed by pirates. In the book, The War of Bethany, it is claimed that these pirate raids were actually secretly being sponsored by King Lysandas of Daggerfall, for the reason that he wants to claim Bethany, but he wanted a reason why they needed him. By sending pirates there, they would need his help. So yes. Now, Lord Mogreth of Bethany eventually formally requested to become a vassal state to the kingdom of Daggerfall, so of King Lysandas, because he wanted his help. And that meant that Daggerfall was going to control Bethany in return for the protection of the crown and a monetary reward for himself. Of course, that's why he wanted to do. That's why he wanted to agree, yes. Now, Sentinel's preferred account instead claims that Lysandas illegally invaded and occupied the island. This caused a full-on war between King Cameron of Sentinel and King Lysandas of Daggerfall. How are you? I'm pretty okay. I'm doing good. Sunday was perfect. How come it was perfect? That's great. Or rather, pre-Skyrim. This is pre-Skyrim. Yes, indeed. Is that Skyrim? I did put Skyrim as like my game. It's just because I'm talking about Elder Scrolls lore and I don't want to like put it as just chatting because it's still like connected to the game. So you know, yeah. Now, at home in Daggerfall, things were also not going very smoothly, as King Lysandas' wife, Queen, oh my god, Minesera, actually discovered that Lysandas had been cheating on her with Medora the court sorceress. Oh my god, how could he? What a cheater. Now, Medora was banished, cursed, and then trapped in the Dirani Tower. Lysandas' mother would also beg him to stop the war, as she had foreseen his death if the war continued. He denied her, which caused her to leave Daggerfall for her castle, Shedungund. Now, she also, for some reason, had a random-ass dragon. I don't know why all these people have a dragon. It's crazy. And this dragon was called Skagmat. Skagmat Shedungund. Shedungund. She done what? Shedungund. She Shedungund. Say Gund. Who's Gund? Hint? But yes, so because she could not convince her son to stop the war because she knew it would cause his death, she decided to go to her own personal castle and her little pet dragon, rather than see him die. And she left her dragon Skagmat to watch over the court for her instead. These events convinced Lysandas to begin peace negotiations. Sadly, according to multiple accounts, this did not go well. Okay, this did not go well. Yeah, it did not. The villagers of Gradkeep, the situation of the negotiations where the negotiations were being held, were massacred after. Who caused the stir was different according to each account. Right. So basically, King Lysandas ends up dying. But why is different according to who you ask. It was a bit complicated when I was trying to like read it, so I'm going to try my best to like explain this to you. But basically, in 403, we had the Battle of Cringane Field. And this would decide the end of the battle. King Lysandas supposedly died during this battle, and then his son Gothrid was crowned mid-battle, not far from the battle lines. Now, apparently the truth of this was much more complicated. Apparently, King Lysandas actually wanted to live with his lover Medora and give his crown to his son without dying. So he and his son formed a plan for Lysandas to fake his death by replacing him with a fake Lysandas, the lookalike Lord Woodbourne. In reality, as confirmed by the Daggerfall Chronicles and the Underking in the Daggerfall game, Lysandas was actually killed by Lord Woodbourne before the Battle of Cringane Field. So, the official accounts are usually that King Lysandas died during this battle, but other accounts say that he actually wanted to flee with his lover, and he wanted to fake his death by killing a lookalike instead, but supposedly he was then instead killed before the battle by this lookalike. Why? Not King Lasagna. No, that's not what it means. That's not what I said. I still think the red moment was just the tribunal literally retconning history to make their lies true rather than a real dragon break. I'm not sure Numidia was even activated properly. Yeah, I mean, it does seem like sometimes that's what they do, isn't it? Now, in year 417, as you just said, almost directly after rescuing the Emperor in the game Daggerfall, I think it was. I don't know if it was Arena. Now I'm confused. You're serving Uriel, who sends you to a region called the Iliac Bay, where the Numidian is being reconstructed. What happens to it depends on the player, apparently. The activation of the Numidian eventually causes a dragon break, and this specific dragon break was called the Warp, and this is the start of Daggerfall. Okay, cool. This this is called the Warp in the West. The dragon break of the Numidian being activated again. So this is you pressing it. You're pressing it. You're silly Billy. I know this is Arena. Okay, I'm sorry. I don't know anything. I've been playing this game. I'm so sorry. But anyway, that's a little mistake. Just ignore it. Now, after this, there is a miracle of peace. The 44 independent kingdoms before the Warp of the West, the kingdoms, the counties, and such surrounding the Iliac Bay were actually condensed into 4 kingdoms: Daggerfall, Wayrest, Sentinel, and Orsinium. Push the button. Push it. Is this a giant mecha? Yes, it is. But it's much more than that. It's a god, the bronze god. Well, the warp and the end of Daggerfall, it was invented to explain the multiple endings. Well, yeah, there you go. But yeah, so initially there were 44 independent kingdoms, and after the Warp of the West, after the Dragon Break, there were only 4. So Daggerfall, Wayrest, Orsinium, and Sentinel. Now then, we are in Morrowind. Yo! What? You want to look at it again? Have a look. I never got that transition. That is insane. What's happening? Orsinium got so big. Yeah, it really did, didn't it? Good for them. But yeah, epic cool. Right, so now we are in Morrowind. They were super tiny, Wymie and Daggerfall. They were. So in Morrowind, it means it's mostly mountain, isn't it? Well, I don't really know. I haven't really been to Orsinium, so I've got no clue. Yes, it helps to have a giant mecha to help you conquer things. Well, he's much more than that, definitely. But anyway, guys, oh my god. So in Morrowind, the tribunal gods Almalexia and Sothasil accidentally lose the artifacts of Keening and Sunder to the minions of Dageth-Ur during a battle of the Red Mountain. Now, Vivek is luckily able to rescue them, but they did lose the artifacts. After this, the tribunal stopped appearing in public and grew weaker because they lost access to the heart of Lorkhan and the resources needed to support the Ghost Fence. The player, the agent, is later tasked with Wait. I don't think I actually knew she's passing out. No, I actually don't. I read this earlier and I actually didn't know where to place this. So I'm just gonna like say this, but I don't actually know where to place this in time. So if you can help me, that'd be really cool. So there is, I think this is Arena lore, where the agent was tasked with retrieving the mantella for the Underking, which he used. Oh, right. So remember, I'm really confused now. So he's not the agent? Sorry, I think I've like literally mixed up Arena and Daggerfall. I didn't realize until now because I haven't played the game, so I'm like, ee. And I guess no one can correct me on the Elder Scrolls Online because you guys don't play it. But yes, I don't have the timeline memorized. I just like reading stuff in game. No, it's okay, it's okay. Okay, so yes, before we activated the Numidium, the player was activated. Was tasked with retrieving the mantella for the Underking, which he uses to activate the Numidium. So that's how we activate the Numidium. They then rejoined with the mantella in a massive explosion, and for a moment, Zurin was flesh and blood again, and then he finally died in peace. The destruction of the Numidium created an anti-magic zone around the area. Right, so I didn't include this because, like, I think I didn't think about it until now. Like, oh yeah, that's before, obviously. So I forgot to include this. That's what happened to the Underking, by the way, if you wanted to know. I bet I'm gonna, like, play the game and feel so dumb. I'm like, what? This is totally not what I said. People are just gonna take what I said to heart, and it's, like, completely wrong. Anyway. So, they've lost Keening, so stupid, silly Billy, Sothasil, and Amalexia have lost the Keening, and they've lost, which one was the other one? Help, help. Keening and Sunder to the minions of Daggerfall. Silly Billy's Vivek is pissed. I have a character in Elder Scrolls Online, haven't played him for a long time though. Well, that's good, that's good, that's good, very good. But yes, then, okay, so all of that has happened, a lot of things have happened, oh my goodness, so confusing. We're almost at the end of the third era. I think we can do it, guys, we can finish this. Fight on, fight on, fight on. Yes, in the year 423, we've got Corvus Umbranox. The Count of Anvil disappears and takes on the mantle of the Grey Fox and leads the Thieves Guild. We're playing this literally right now, so this is a spoiler for me, but like, oh well. Then we're just, no, I thought you had played yours. Huh? Yours? Who? Yeah, all of Arena, Daggerfall, Morrowind, and Oblivion happened in like the last 30 years of the third era. Yeah, but I just confused Arena and Daggerfall together a bit, I think, because I don't think I actually mentioned Arena. Like, I don't think I actually explained what happened in Arena. Like, maybe you can add this, maybe I can add it later, I suppose. But yes, so, this is just to explain where the gray cowl actually came from. It came from Nocturnal, so it's one of her artifacts, and that's where the Grey Fox got the artifact from. So we had the agent in Daggerfall. I don't think that's right. I guess the agent is for Arena. So what are you called? What are you called in Daggerfall? Oh no, they make me speak French right now. I'm explaining lore. Donc, je pense que c'est faux. Je pense que The Agent, c'est pour... je pense que c'est pour Arena, mais je ne sais pas quel est le nom pour les personnes dans Daggerfall. Daggerfall et The Agent. That's a great after the mental... Wait. Patient investigator list on this death and go after mental and delivering them in this too. Oh, donc c'est vrai, oui. Donc le lore c'est correct, mais le ouais. Your accent sounds great, mais tu parles français ou pas? Parce que je pense que quand il y a une personne français, la personne dit que mon accent est terrible. Et je pense que C'est terrible. Je ne sais pas beaucoup de français, mais je t'aime de parler français parce que c'est cool. Oui. Mais bon, je pense que j'attends de présenter parce que quand tu parles le français, c'est difficile pour comprendre pour toi. Et je pense que c'est très important que tu comprends. Oui. Donc, comment allez-vous... non. Ça va? Oui. Tout le monde ça va, oui. I don't understand a thing, but I'm sure it makes perfect sense. Non, c'est très mal, oui. Je dois... je dois lire plus des livres parce que je pense que c'est bien pour mon vocabulaire, mais c'est beaucoup et je pense que mon progrès n'est pas très bien. Can you say a seal push me in French? No, I bet it's like something bad. The Eternal Champion is the hero of Arena, and the hero of Daggerfall is the name of the person. The hero of the Daggerfall is the name of the person you play as in Daggerfall. Yeah, so the agent. About to head out. It's time to thank you for the lore. Bye, whatever. Thank you so much. What? No. Yes, it is. Mais oui, je pense que j'arrête maintenant parce que il y a beaucoup de lore. Donc wait. Right, let's continue, because otherwise I'm not gonna get anything done. But thank you so much for joining, whatever. Goodbye. Right, so a few years after Daggerfall, we've got the Morrowind expansion that happens in year 427. Now, in order for the Tribunal to maintain their powers, they had to visit the heart of Lorkhan, but unfortunately for them, Daggerfall now occupied the room to keep them out. Because of this, the Tribunal slowly gets weaker. So you as the player, the reincarnation of Nerevar or the Nerevarin, your destiny is to destroy Daggerfall and to destroy the heart of Lorkhan. Obviously that's not what the Tribunal wants, but that's what you're gonna do. This cuts the Tribunal power and makes them mortal. Now, this event... yes, I forgot about this. Yes, so this is what you want to do, but this is not what the Tribunal wants, because that's the source of their powers. But you eventually do it anyway. You whoop Daddy Ur's ass, and then you take care of the heart of Lorkhan as well. Vivek seems okay with it. Mommy Lexia? A little less so. I don't think Vivek's okay with it either. Now, this eventually cuts the Tribunal power and makes them mortal, which drives Almalexia insane, who then kills Sothasil. Vivek eventually either disappears or gets killed by the player, which I did not do. Now, during the closing days of the Third Era, the power of the Great House was waning, alongside that of House Indoril, due to their refusal to change with the time. In contrast, House Dress and Halalu were on the rise. It is unknown if House Redoran released its slaves when slavery is outlawed at this time. However, slavery of itself became largely uncommon in House Redoran territory. Then a few years later, in year 433, we've got the Oblivion expansion, which happens. This takes place in Cyrodiil. Uriel VII and all his heirs are killed by the mythic Dawn, who are worshippers of the of Mehrunes Dagon. This shatters the veil between Nirn and Oblivion, which opens a bunch of portals where demons come out. No! The only heir Uriel VII still has was Martin Septim, who is a bastard. He's the only person left on Tamriel to light the dragon fire. The game ends, well, the storyline ends with Martin Septim shattering the amulet of kings and sacrificing his own soul to close the gates of Oblivion permanently, with no chance of the seal ever breaking again. During the Oblivion Crisis, the Somerset Isles were apparently attacked very heavily as well, and eventually the Crystal Tower was destroyed. Alderaan was also destroyed by the Daedra. Spoilers, yeah, well, a lot of these things are spoilers because obviously I'm explaining what happened in the games. So yes, this is also happening simultaneously. Obviously we don't see that in the Oblivion expansion. But yeah, so this is the end. Martin dies. Sadness. The end of an era, literally. Yeah, literally. Exactly. Now, during this same year, it was said that House Dress had changed their approach to the changing times and began to approach the arrival of new traditions alongside the return of the old. As a result, the Great House appeared to be on the rise. So in the Third Era, 433, rumors circulating in the province of Cyrodiil suggested that House Dress had finally accepted imperial rule and renounced the slave trade. The house sought new allies in King Hlalu Helzeth and Great House Hlalu, who were now the dominant power in the land. Through Helzeth's marriage to Lady Dress Vendama of Bodrum. I didn't know this, so I thought this was interesting that he's married to someone from House Dress. Because I always thought that House Dress like must be not important just because like it's not playable, but like literally she's married to the king, so like, you know. I actually figured Helzeth was dead for, you know, reasons, because the Neverend killed him. Dragon break. Finally, guys, we're at the finish. Oh my god! The Fourth Era. We can do this. Oh my god, we're so close. This is literally like such a small era. We'll be fine. But like, yes, there's a few big events happening during the final era. Helzeth had it coming. I did not kill him. I don't know what you're talking about. So, conclusion. 3 main powers. We've got the Empire, we've got the Thalmor, and the Ank'Silil, the Argonian faction, which leads Black Marsh during this time. Now, during the beginning of the Fourth Era, we've got the most powerful person at the time. High Counselor of the Empire, Olcatl, announces the dawn of a new era. Once again, someone just says it's a new era. That's what it is. Without the dragon blood or any legitimate heir to the throne, Olcatl is only able of keeping the empire together for 5 years until he is assassinated. Sadness. This starts a 7-year-long event called the Stormcloud Interregnum. The Elder Council fractured, leading to years of ruthless infighting, plots, and backstabbing. Violent, unnatural storms reportedly lashed the imperial city several times during this anarchy, always with the eye of the storm looking directly down upon the white gold tower. At some point during the interregnum, Thulis the Gibbering Thulis the Gibbering? Yes, I think so. A Nibonese witch warrior became the empire's ruler, super random, who was not a well-liked ruler. I wonder why. And he was known for having various perversions, according to Colovian sources. So do that with that what you will. He was a powerful battle mage who has served Nibene for many years. Colovian propaganda portrays him as a dangerously obscene mage who used his power to exploit people and conversed with vile Daedra. The Elder Council significantly preferred Thuls over Titus Mead. So Thuls the gibbering? But it's a J! Wait. I'm gonna put the name next to him so you can see it, because you can't really see it very well. Thuls the gibbering. Once the Alicia Akatosh covenant was finally broken that led to a return of the dragons. No, that's not what caused that. We will get to that, don't worry, we haven't got to Skyrim yet. Body, dare you enter my magical realm, foolish? Now then, we have the events of the book that I actually want to read on stream, if you're still interested after me explaining everything. Right, so we then have the Red Year, which I call the Red Year of Chaos, right? So, after the tribunal fell, Almalexia and Sothasil died. The Neverfarin had destroyed the heart of Lorkhan. Only Vivek is left. He either disappears or gets killed by the Neverfarin, as I said. He has lost his demigod power. Centuries earlier, Shagarath actually sent a meteor, so he's the reason why there's a huge meteor above Vivek City, also called the Bar Dao, to Vivek City. Vivek, with his immense power, stopped it before it hit the city, but he only kept it in place. He didn't slow it down, he just froze it in place, so if it would ever move again, it would still be at the same speed. Vivek is said to have kept it above the city, not because he couldn't get rid of it, but because he wanted it to be a reminder that without him, he could blow up the city at any time. So they had to keep worshipping him. What a nice guy! Now, when Vivek lost most of his powers and then disappeared, it was only a matter of time before the meteor would regain its velocity and destroy the city. So a Dunmer called Wuhan actually invented a machine called the Ingenium, which used human sacrifices or souls and converted it into energy to be able to keep the meteor in place. The device took the souls of the mortals and then opened a gateway to the oblivion realm of Clavicus Vile. By sending souls to the realm, they were able to receive Daedric power to keep the meteor afloat. Now, it is unknown whether Clavicus knew of this or he just didn't care. We actually just don't really know what his involvement with this is. I guess we'll find out when we read it. Really think the temple could have mined out the whole thing and tossed the debris in the sea while the Ingenium kept it up, but I guess they were busy. What do you mean mined out? Oh, you mean like, Well, I guess maybe they weren't allowed by Vivek or something. Now, first it was just criminals and slaves that were sacrificed to the Ingenium, but eventually they ran out of those, so they had to turn to regular people. So this is the slaves that eventually were, that first were sacrificed, and then they had to find strong souls. So Wuhan found out that certain Dunmer have really strong souls, which meant that they had to do less sacrifices as it lasted longer. One of those one of those Dunmer was the wife of one of the designers of the machine. When that designer tried to stop it to save her, I can't. When that designer tried to stop it to save her, Wuhan and him fought. During this fight, the Ingenium was destroyed, which caused an explosion. Boom! Both Wuhan and the designer were then sucked into oblivion. After this, the meteor resumed its course. It went from 0 to the speed of sound. Vivek was completely destroyed and returned into a crater. Everyone and everything was destroyed. Water got sucked into the crater, and it was called the Scathing Bay. This impact then caused earthquakes all over Morrowind and even parts of Skyrim. The earthquakes reached all the way till Tyr. Now, the unstable earth underneath the volcano started to become more active. The mountain then erupted, the worst since the early First Era. The sun was blocked out. Everything was destroyed in the surrounding area. Even mainland Morrowind was covered by ash. The sky was illuminated in a red glow, hence the red year. Complete species were extinct, ecosystems destroyed. The meteor further caused tsunamis all over Tamriel, across the coast. Oh no. Mainland Morrowind was covered in ash, while Vardenfell was completely destroyed. Only House Redoran was spared most of the damage, who decided to help the others. In mainland Morrowind specifically. In Mournhold, a Redoran councillor started relief efforts nearly instantly after the eruption. He sent soldiers, supplies, and people for the rebuilding of settlements which were hit the hardest, such as Balmora, which was rebuilt within a couple of months. Lorkhan's heart, hey, can't live without it, can't live with that. Can't live with it, can't live without it, indeed. Oh no, are they okay? No. Now, after the destruction, the Argonians from the south then decided to invade under the leadership of the Anxilil. This was a revenge for the years of enslavement by the Dunmer. They would even invade Blackmarsh to capture Argonians and use them as slaves. So the Dunmer did this, by the way. The Dunmer invaded Blackmarsh to steal Argonians from there and use them as slaves. They destroyed, so the Anxilil then destroyed most of what was left of the southern Morrowind after the ash storms and ventured even further. The Legion garrisons on the border were cut off by the eruption, and so it fell to the Redoran army. Having formed a force over the years to stand up against the Argonian threat, they eventually successfully prevented the Anxilil from completely invading Morrowind and may have saved the Dunmer people from being completely exterminated. The insufficient Legion forces in Morrowind during both the Oblivion Crisis and the Red Year, oh my god, greatly damaged the standing of House Hlaalu, who had traditionally been supportive of the Empire. The Anxilil Argonians, who were pushed back by House Redoran, continued to occupy the swampy parts of southern Morrowind. Sorry, I'm just gonna turn the music down a bit. It's loud again, don't you think? It's okay. They moved to Skyrim and were welcomed with open arms. I don't think that's how it works, yes. Now, this is not quite where it ends. After all of this, House Redoran became the main voice of the Grand Council. Thousands of Dunmer had fled Morrowind to Skyrim. Many died. With House Redoran having defended the province during both the Oblivion Crisis and the Red Year, public favor shifted to Redoran. House Hlaalu was no longer recognized as a great house. Since then, House Redoran is the mightiest of the great houses and leads the Grand Council. Simultaneously, the Empire was falling apart, so they couldn't help them either. Balmora has been rebuilt on the ash, but many cities are still building in the present day. It is still a very poor place now. Now, following the Red Year, widespread worship of the Tribunal also ended because they obviously didn't do anything to help them. In its place, the foreign dissident, obviously because they're dead. Yes. In its place, the former dissident priests took control of the temple and sought to reinstate worship of the Anticipations, which is Azura, Mafala, and Boethia, as the new temple. The Daedra were then dubbed the Reclamations, as if they were reclaiming their status from the tribunal. The rise of this new temple almost completely vindicated the previous persecuted Ashlanders who had actually worshipped these three Daedra for millennia. So there was a huge rift between the Ashlanders and the Wayne Dunmer before, because they both worshipped something else. The Ashlanders did worship these three Daedra, and the other Dunmer actually just, worshipped the tribunal. But now that they didn't help them and they forsake it, they left them behind because they died and everything happened. They were like, So they started worshipping the three Daedra again, which bonded them with the Ashlanders again, because now they worship the same thing. Epic. It is now common for many Dunmer to make the arduous pilgrimages into the Ash Wastes to seek counsel of the wise women who have done much to dispel the tribunal worship. So there's a more of a united people, I suppose. So that's the only plus about this whole thing, is that, like, they're chilling out now. Nice. But yeah, good for them. Then we've got another Orsinium event. So around year 11, between year 11 and year 15, we've got Orcish refugees flee to Skyrim after Orsinium is destroyed once again by Hammerfall and High Rock. They just cannot leave them alone. Then we've got Skyrim off in year 16. We've got Skyrim offered the island of Solstheim, so Morrowind, and House Redoran gained authority over the town of Ravenrock. This was to help them after the devastation of Red Mountain. It officially became part of Morrowind. Which version of Orsinium are we on now? Version 4? I think it's version 5? I don't know, it's been so many times. Oh, yes. Back to proper Daedra worshipping, and those sneaky Halalus are gone. I call it a win. Nice. But yes. Then, in year 17, the Storm Crown Interregnum, that was still going on, by the way, finally ends when the Colovian warlord Titus Mede I takes control over the imperial city with less than 1,000 men and is named emperor. A new imperial dynasty is created, the Mede dynasty. He conquered all of the human provinces and allegedly Morrowind as well, but we don't know. Titus was first seen as a conqueror. Even the Elder Council had their eyes on someone else, that one random guy called the Gibbering or something before, but they were later convinced. Also during this time, the Thalmor conquered the entire Somerset Isles in the year 22. They removed all opposition and got rid of all non-elves. It is speculated that the Thalmor might have been the cause of Okato's assassination as well. Then they also take over Valenwood by backing a coup in the year 29. They overthrow the government and the empire is completely caught off guard. The Aldmeri Dominion is reformed and all contact with the empire is severed for 70 years. What? Another book event. So in year 40, we've got the giant city of Umbriel that appears on the coast of Blackmarsh and makes its way to Morrowind. That's a lot of years. That is a lot of years. Atrebus Mede, who is the son of Titus Mede, and some companions, including Esmar Sul, stop Wuhan, who was the creator of the Soul Machine, and the Infernal City. Then, in year 42, we've got the Night of the Green Fire, which was said to be green due to all the magic used during the battle, which spilled into the night sky. This happened in Sentinel. Aldmer, who had fled the Somerset Isles, are attacked by the Thalmor. By the time Imperial soldiers arrived, the entire refugee district of the city has been destroyed, and everyone has been slaughtered. The victims were all of mixed blood or had associations considered by the Aldmeri Dominion to be unclean. So the Aldmeri Dominion are really like on a rampage right now. They're like killing everyone. Not great, not great. Now all we need is a blue event. I don't think we need another massacre. I'm gonna be honest. God, I keep thinking, yeah, it's not much, and then it's like it is a lot of text, but I suppose we can get there. Yes. Then in year 65, we got Brara Morvain, a House Redoran counselor who ran Raven Rock in Solstheim during the Red Year, passes away and is succeeded by her son Leril Morvain, who we know from the Skyrim DLC. But how else are we going to get rid of the Bosmer? I guess we're not. Then... Oh, sorry, I missed something. In year 95, Vilur Ulen of House Halalu actually attempted to kill this new Morvain ruler of Ravenrock due to the Halalu believing that the Redoran were primarily responsible for them losing their position on the Grand Council. Redoran Guard discovered that Vilur had been organizing a coup for Ravenrock. Upon discovering this, all members involved were executed. So Halalu, obviously after Red Year, were very, very weak. Redoran were the ones that saved everyone because they weren't hit very hard compared to everyone else. And Halalu basically blamed them for them losing their position. So they tried to then assassinate Leril Morvain, the new ruler. But they failed. Hooray. Then, in year 98, the two moons, Secunda and Massa, disappear and didn't appear again for 2 years. 2 years without a moon, guys. This event is known as the Void Nights. Since the Khajiit were dependent on the moons for their biology, their culture, their religion, this really affected them. It affected them greatly, and they were like, needless to say, panicking, because obviously the moons even shape how they are born, what type of Khajiit they are, what kind of first stock they are. So this was very important to them. In year 100, the moons then returned. The Thalmor somehow managed to get the Khajiit of Elsewhere on their side by convincing them that they were the reason the moons were back. It is unclear whether they are the reason why it is back, but like the Khajiit were like, oh my god, my savior, and they started following them. Yeah, cool. Now during this time, during this time, it was still the Elsewhere Confederacy where Anaquina and Palatin had agreed, so they are now one country. But under the Thalmor Dominion, in year 115, the Thalmor influence reaches its peak, and the Elsewhere Confederacy reverts back and splits up again to Anaquina and Palatin. So they were together, and then they were apart again. Yes. Then we have the year 122, we have the great collapse of Winterhold. Constant storms and waves from the Sea of Ghosts drags a lot of the city into the sea. The College of Winterhold mysteriously remains and was blamed for the occurrence, but we don't know what actually happened. Curious. Year 129, we've got Hasgun crossed daggers, ascended to the Riften throne, and instituted harsh taxes for his own benefits. How nice. The city had to be rebuilt. Oh, sorry. The citizens rebel and burn his castle to the ground, along with the rest of the city. The city had to be rebuilt in the next 5 years, and that's why Riften is a wooden city, because they burned everything down. I didn't know this, and I thought this was quite entertaining to find out. Now then, we've got the current emperor that we know, Emperor Titus Mede II. Hallelujah, we're finally in Skyrim lore. Oh my goodness. So, the Thalmor believe that they should be the main dominants of Tamriel, not the Empire. They wanted a new Merethic era, so this started something called the Great War. This is where the Elder Scrolls Legends takes place, apparently. The war was almost won with some Daedric help, but the Empire managed to win at the Battle of the Red Ring. After this, a peace treaty is created called the White Gold Concordat between... Wait. Interesting. Called the White Gold Concordat between the Aldmeri Dominion and the Empire, which agrees that the Thalmor would leave the human lands which they captured and possibly gave the Empire war reparations. The Empire also stops the spy organizations, the Blades, and stops the worship of Tiber septim because the elves didn't appreciate that the guy who exterminated a lot of their race is now worshipped as a god, obviously. Now, because of this agreement, Hammerfell was forced to leave the Empire as it was promised to the Thalmor as part of the compensation. Hammerfell obviously did not like this, so they continued to fight the Thalmor alone. Eventually, they brought the Dominion to a standstill and the two got peace. Yes. Don't know what all of this is. Is this just like a... Oh, did I... Okay, I'm just gonna continue as if nothing happened. I don't know if that's like a... Because it's... I wrote it in like... cursive. So I don't know if this is a description of what I'm now going to explain. Anyway, yes. The White Gold Concordat of Versailles. Not cord. Yes. So... in the year 171, we have the beginning of this great war. The Aldmeri Dominion sent an ambassador to the imperial city with a gift and a covered cart. They came with an ultimatum. The demands included outlawing the worship of Talos, disbanding the Blades, and giving large pieces of Hammerfell to the Aldmeri Dominion. So ignore what I've just said. I guess this is like... a summary of what I'm now going to explain. But this is what it started with. The Aldmeri Dominion wanted parts of Hammerfell, they wanted to stop the worship of Talos, and they want the Blades to be disbanded. Titus II rejected this ultimatum, and the ambassador then spilled the cart's contents on multiple citizens. I don't actually know what the cart's contents are. I couldn't actually find what they are, but yes. Within days, the Aldmeri Dominion then invaded Hammerfell and Cyrodiil. The disunited Hammerfell forces offered only scattered resistance. The outnumbered Imperial army retreated through the Alakir Desert, which is now known as the March of Thirst. In year 172, the Aldmeri Dominion marched further into Cyrodiil. The cities Anvil and Bravil both fall to the attack. By the end of the year, the army had reached the wall of the Imperial city. Yes, the wall of the Imperial city. in the year 100, oh my god, what's happening? In the year 173, the survivors of the March of the Thirst regrouped in northern Hammerfell, joined by reinforcements. Is my mic still working? Okay, it is. By the end of the year, the imperial city was surrounded by all sides except the northern route to Bruma, which was open. Now, earlier that year, the Forebear army from Sentinel broke the siege of Hegath, which was a crown city, which caused the Forebears and the crowns to make their peace again. Obviously, these are the two sides are always fighting, but they joined against the greater cause, against the Thalmor. Yuck! Now, we had the Thalmor general, Lady Aranelia, over here, and her Aldmeri army. They met General Decianus with his imperial army in the Alakir desert, which ended in a bloody and indecisive clash. Eventually, General Decianus left it to the Aldmeri dominion, so he gave it to them because they couldn't win. Yes. In year 174, all available General, I can't say his name, Decianus? Decianus? Yes. Now all available Thalmor forces are sent to the imperial city. They launch a big assault. One army came from the north, whereas others approach from the southeast and west. Titus decides to fight his way out of the city rather than make a last stand. The imperial city falls. The imperial palace is burned. The white gold tower is looted, and the Altmer commit great atrocities against the citizens. Titus II meets up with reinforcements. Skyrim was left less secure, and Markarth had a forsworn uprising and took control of the Reach. And in year 175, the Thalmor made multiple attempts to renegotiate with Titus II. He made them believe that he wanted to negotiate with them, but was actually gathering his forces to retake the imperial city instead, the trickster. And this year, the Battle of the Red Ring happened. Sorry, just like a pause. Sorry that I explained all of this like really shortly in the beginning. I thought that like it was important, but it was just like a repeat, so I'm just gonna delete this. And I'm gonna delete it from the font as well. Like I just repeated myself when there was like a longer version of it. So yes. But yes, so now we have the Battle of the Red Ring. Titus II divides his forces into 3 armies. One army with the legions of Hammerfell under the leadership of General Decianus. Now, this is not actually General Decianus, but this is like just a general looking guy that I used because I thought it made like more sense to give actual faces to the people that are doing this. Now, they were hidden in the Colovian Highlands near Coral. The second army was under General Iona. She took position near the Jaden Hall, and the main army was led by a forgotten hero, which is the player in, I think this is Elder Scrolls Legends, is the game where this lore is from. Now he wore the Emperor's armor, and he took, the forgotten hero wore the Emperor's armor in a way to distract the Thalmor to think that he was attacking, but he wasn't. And he led the main assault. Now General Decianus swept down on the city from the west, whereas General Iona went along the Red Ring Road in the south. In a 2-day assault, Iona's army crossed the Niben, attempting to join Decianus. Decianus' army was successful, as Lord Narafin, I don't know which one is right. I've written it different in my PowerPoint and in my text. But anyway, Lord Narafin was taken by surprise, but General Iona didn't. So Lord Narafin was taken by surprise by General Decianus, but General Iona over here with the Aldmeri Dominion in this section of Cyrodiil actually failed, as the Altmer counterattacked from both Bravil and Skingrad, which she did not she did not predict. Yes, so there's two armies coming at General Yona. She did not expect this. She cannot stop it. She is, I think, defeated, but she does come back. Lord Nerfar is caught off guard. So that is going good for General Decianus. Now, by the 5th day of battle, the Aldmeri army in the imperial city was surrounded. Titus II led the assault from the north, personally capturing Lord Nerfin. Let's go! It is said that the emperor wielded the sword Goldbrand, but this hasn't been officially confirmed. Now, Goldbrand, I don't remember which Daedric Prince, but it is an artifact of Daedric Prince. Yes. Now, an attempt of the Altmeri to escape the city was then blocked by the remains of General Yona. She did survive. Hooray! In the end, the main Altmeri army in Cyrodiil was completely destroyed. Lord Nerfin was kept alive for 33 days, hanging from the white gold tower, which is like absolutely brutal, by the way. It is unclear what happened to his body after. Some rumor Goldbrand is Bothea. I did think it was Bothea, I wasn't sure. Yes. But yeah, it is unclear what happened to his body after this. Some rumors say that he was carried off by a winged Daedra on the 34th day. Crazy. Now, later that year, the White Gold Concordat was signed, officially ending the war. Large portions of southern Hammerfell was given to the Aldmeri, at which the citizens caused an outrage, obviously, starting their own war with the Aldmeri. As a result, the Empire announced Hammerfell as an imperial province and abandoned them. How nice of them! How nice. Now, this same year, the Elder Scrolls actually mysteriously disappear. The cult of the ancestor moth. Go look for them. Why is the Septim Standard giving strong World War II Germany vibes? I don't know why. Now, during Skyrim, you're obviously called the Dragonborn. During Oblivion, I did say this before, you're called the Hero of Kvatch. Now, we are now in very familiar territory for me. Yes, yes. Skyrim, hurrah! We are almost there. We are actually so close. We are now in the year 176. Desperate to retake the Reach with no Imperial army available due to the Great War that they just finished, the Empire enlists the aid of the Nord militia led by Ulfric Stormcloak, no way, to retake the Reach, promising them free worship of Thalos if they do. They successfully reclaim it and drove the Reachmen away. Due to the pressure of the Aldmeri Dominion, the Empire went back on their decision on allowing Talos worship, which is one of the main causes of the Stormcloak rebellion, which then follows. Question: why did they move Markarth to the Western Reach? What do you mean? Cue Brainrot Skyrim intro. No, that's at the end. They moved it? What do you mean? What do you mean they moved it? They didn't move it. Markarth is an ancient Dwemer construct. How could they have moved it? What? Anyway, in year 180, the Red Guards successfully fought the Altmers to a standstill and actually signed their own treaty, the Second Treaty of Stros Makai. Yippee! So after the Empire completely abandoned them, they managed to stand their own against the Aldmeri Dominion and managed to get their own treaty to leave them the fuck alone. So the Aldmeri forces then withdrew from Hammerfell. So Markarth used to be south of Solitude, is now where Karth wasn't used to be. Really? I didn't notice that. Maybe we should compare old maps after I've finished. Yeah, I'm sorry. I missed a lot of the stream too. I have to watch a VOD. How is it going? We're almost finished. It's the curved swords. I so agree. I think this curved swords are so cool, dude. They're my favorite. They're actually so sick. But yes. We're almost finished. Like, we've got a little bit left. We're now in Skyrim lore, so we're literally almost at the end. Sorry, I think the music is now too quiet again. Goodness, it keeps like going from loud to quiet. Also, damn, that's cool. This was the best series ever. I'm so glad you enjoyed it. I'm gonna make sure to change everything properly so all the vols like make sense and everything, because there's quite a few things I added, so I want to do it properly. But yes, I'm really glad you enjoyed it. Right. Now, in the year 100, respect Noah, the presentation was so good. I'm so glad. I'm so happy you enjoyed it. I really hope I didn't miss too much. I know I didn't talk about Kim, which you did ask me to say, but I thought it was like, it's a cool concept, but I'm like not gonna mention this because like there's a lot of things like that I can mention. I was like, yes, but it was cool to be introduced to it at least. Yes. So in the year 183, following the Markarth... Oh, wait. Why is that there? This is so random. I'm just gonna skip that. I don't know why it's there. Yes, following the Markarth incident, so Ulfric Stormcloak just helped the Empire get the Reach back because they had their hands full. So after the Markarth incident, Ulfric was actually arrested. His father, Hogue Stormcloak, the Bear of Eastmarch, ended up dying while he was in prison. He couldn't attend his own father's funeral, so he had to send him an eulogy by letter instead. My father, the Great Bear of Eastmarch, died during my imprisonment after the Markarth incident. I, his only son, forced to deliver his eulogy via a letter I had smuggled out of prison. Such is the love of Titus Mede for his subjects. When finally set free, I returned to Windhelm and was greeted by a city in mourning, at one with my own grief and anger, clamoring in angry voices. Calling out for justice, for war, they sat me on the throne of Isgramor, the throne of my father. I only hope I can prove worthy of the honor. So this was a cool, some cool art I found of High King Islot. Like, look at that sick-ass weapon, dude. Yes. This is giving, like, Game of Thrones vibe, like, the epic, cool, throne and everything. But yes. So, upon the death of High King Islot, oh, sorry, this is the wrong, this is the High King, the father of Thorok, Thoric, yes. This is not Ulfric's dad, sorry. Oh, I don't know why I mixed that up, yes. So, upon the death of the High King Islot, a mood is called. Now, a mood is a meeting of representatives from each hold of Skyrim. This was organized, which then decided that Thoric, Islot's son, was to be named the new High King. Ulfric used the moot to voice his desire to split from the Empire. Soon after, Ulfric traveled to Solitude to see the new king Thoric, and his court believed he came to discuss his desire to then split from the Empire, and they welcomed him. In actuality, Ulfric actually had come to challenge Thoric for the throne, which had to be accepted according to ancient Nordic tradition. Thoric accepted. We're fighting because we're done bleeding for an empire that won't bleed for us. Untold members of Nords died defending the empire against the Dominion, and for what? Skyrim being sold to the Talmor so the emperor could keep his throne. We're fighting because our own Jarls, once strong, wise men, have become fearful and blind to their people's suffering. We're fighting because Skyrim needs heroes, and there's no one else but us. I don't know. I think, yeah, I think Torrig was an Ord. Like, I don't think he's a Breton. I literally just went to Windholm last time for the first time and heard Ulfric speak these words. Wait, you did? That's sick. Nice. Anyway, sadly, so they thought he came there to just express that he wants to split from the Empire, but he came to challenge High King Torrig. Now, he accepted and was actually slain by Ulfric. Sadly, Torrig actually admired Ulfric, so he would have actually listened to what Ulfric had to say, and probably he would have agreed with what Ulfric wanted, but he didn't give him a chance because he was too blinded by hatred. He just looks like a Breton. I don't think he looks like a Breton at all. Now, Ulfric then rallied the Jarls of Winterhold, Dawnstar and Riften to his cause and started the Stormcloak Rebellion. The Jarls of Solitude, Mortal and Markarth supported the Empire with the Whiterun, remaining somewhat neutral, but leaned more towards the Empire. Ulfric was ambushed. Now, Ulfric was eventually ambushed in Dark Water Crossing and captured, brought to Helgen to be captured. Of course, the dragonborn was there as well. A dragon releases them from their execution, and Ulfric escapes to Windhelm. So this is where we are introduced to the game. Now, the dragonborn in Elder Scrolls Skyrim, of course, kills the dragon, unlocks shouts, goes to the Greybeards, helps Blades, Wait, do we have the blade? Now, we find the Elder Scrolls, and eventually Alduin also, well, returns. Now, why does Alduin return? Well, we have mentioned this before. I think, is there a recap? No, there isn't. So, pause. Sorry, let me copy, where are the Dragon Wars? Where are the Dragon Wars? Just want to like repeat what I've said before. Where are you, Dragon Wars? Where is it? Oh my god, say you literally beat me on time. No. Sorry, I'm trying to look where it was again. Where was it where they fought Alduin? Oh, here we are. I found it. Oh my god, this isn't the right thing. What the fuck? That's weird. That's weird. There we are. Her model is making the silliest faces when she's doing that. Am I? Right. So, in the past, in the Dragon Wars, where the Admora decide... I think you are unable to make a mistake. What? I've made many mistakes. You are not capable of doing the right thing, ma'am. of not doing the right thing. Well, I try my best. I've made a lot of mistakes though. Now, so in the past, in Dragon Wars, the Dragon Wars, the Admora started fighting against the dragons who ruled them before, and we had the trio of Hakon, Gormlith, and Veldir, the three heroes. They fought Parthenax and ended up banishing him in time. So they actually put him to they send him to the future during the Dragon Wars time, which is when they first came from Admora. So this is ages ago. And now Alduin finally, wait, what, isn't that Alduin? Yeah, Alduin. Sorry, what did I say? Parthenax? The reason I said Parthenax, right, I remember now. Sorry, why did I say Parthenax? It's Alduin. Sorry, Alduin got sent to the future. They were fighting Alduin, but they got help from Parthenax, who was Alduin's brother. Sorry, they got help from him. It wasn't Parthenax that got sent. Sorry, my bad. Sorry. Hi, Victor, how are you today? Sorry for being late. You're literally at the end of the class. But welcome. Yeah, sorry, Edo, my bad. Sorry, I don't know why I said Parthenax. That confused me. But yes, it was Alduin that was sent to the future. And we encounter him, obviously, because he was actually sent to the time of Skyrim. We fight him. We're very epic pog, and we managed to eventually defeat him. Nice! With our epic shout abilities. We also end up killing Titus Mead during the time of the Dark Brotherhood. Nice. Now the reason you are able to defeat our Anduin is because you have the blood of the dragon, and you can destroy dragons with this blood of the dragon, which of the Nords of old could not. They could only put them down temporarily, and that's the difference between you and the previous heroes. Now, dragons are said to be descendants or creations of Akatosh himself, which is why they can only be killed by fellow dragons or a dragonborn, which is you. Yes. Parthenax looks a bit darker than I remembered. It's not Parthenax. Sorry, I wrote this here, I think, because I was trying to explain that Parthenax was Alduin's brother, and he helped these three to basically defeat Alduin at the time. But this is Alduin. This is not Parthenax. Poggers. Yes. Now, that was it, guys. Oh my god, dude. We finally reached the end. That was it. I will fail this class. I have no idea what's going on. I guess you'll have to watch the VOD. Thank you very, very much, everyone. Thank you very much. Absolute Cinema. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh my god, that was amazing. No, it wasn't. I just made a massive mistake. To be fair, the word there confused me, but yes. This was fire. I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Hey. I'm so glad you enjoyed it. I put my heart and soul into this. I'm going to change the VOD though, obviously, because I made a few mistakes that I want to add some corrections to. But overall, I will try to upload this to my YouTube channel without all the breaks and all the pauses and everything, just so it's like a nice listening experience. But yeah, has anyone written anything down of notes or corrections or anything? Anything? Nah, this has been so fun. It's one of those things I'll still watch months from now. Really? You forgot to put on your fourth? Oh my god! Fourth pair of glasses! It's just because the fourth arrow is so fast. Whoops. No! No, what's happening? Okay. These glasses were too much. Well, actually. Okay, now we're gonna put... Yes. Woohoo! Whoa, I learned Skyrim has dragons. That's all you took in? That's great. You made such a beautiful presentation. It would be hilarious if you just never played any of the games. But I have played the games though. 6 plus 6 plus 3 plus 3 plus 7. I haven't done 5. I've done 4. I've done 2 long streams and I think 2 short streams. So I've done 18 hours. Yes. Yeah, no, this was so well researched and in depth with some amazing detours. Oh, I'm so glad. I was so scared. I was so scared that I was like not gonna do it justice. So I like kept postponing. So I'm so sorry that it took me so long to actually get this done. But I kept finding like new interesting stuff and I was like, oh, that's so fun. I want to talk about that. Oh, that's so fun. I want to talk about that too. And I just kept like finding new things, so I just made it longer and longer. But in the end, we had 700 slides and 80 pages of my summary. Like that's my script. That was 80 pages. So that's the end result of my research. Are you gonna put this on YouTube? Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. I'm so sad the biggest event of 2026 is over already. Well, like I said, I'm planning to do another lore stream where I'm gonna like redo I'm gonna continue the World of Warcraft lore. It's very minor compared because it's obviously only from the Shadowlands till what happened now. But I want to talk about the book and everything I just read. Can you do a lore stream of the lore stream? What even does that? What does that even mean? Stream schedules will be posted in her Discord. We discuss a lot more lore and games over there. We do. Except Arena, Daggerfall, and Rigard. What do you mean? Oh, that I haven't played yet. This is true, I haven't played that yet. I miss Atakosa. The Dawn Arrow is probably the most fun to explain, to be fair. It was really cool. Damn, this sounds kind of cool. I should probably play you should probably play Elder Scrolls games. I agree. But yes, I am going to upload this to YouTube. I am. I just need to like adjust it a bit where I delete the breaks and everything because I've got a lot of those. And I'm gonna like add certain parts by re-recording certain things because I didn't explain it well enough. But yeah, I will explain I will upload it, sorry. I will upload it to my YouTube. I think because we did 2 long streams, so 2 6-hour ones and 2 3-hour ones, I may put the 3-hour ones together if I can. I don't know. Last time I like tried to adjust a 10-hour stream, like my video editing program crashed, so I don't think I can do that. But we still have the fish cooking stream to look forward to. This is true. WoW lore is a bit more straightforward. 100%, but I've already done the WoW lore actually. Wait. Let me open my YouTube. WoW lore was actually my first lore stream. Where is it? On my note. I think it's on my main channel, yeah. That was actually my first lore stream that I did, and this is my second lore type that I've done, yes. But I agree, it's much more straightforward because there's actual, like, canon confirmed, like, this actually happens because you experience it. But yeah, so we've got this here. I explained World of Warcraft lore for 4.5 hours. So instead of it being 20 hours, it's 4.5. What other games have this huge lore? Probably The Witcher. I actually started reading the Witcher books like a bit ago, so I read 3 of the books, but I didn't continue after it because now we've got the book club, so now I'm reading those books as well, and I just never get anything done. I have too many books I want to read. But yeah,
Warhammer is too huge. I don't think I would ever do Warhammer, especially because I've got to get into it. Whereas the Elder Scrolls, I was already invested in. Like, I already liked the lore, and like now discovering it, it was so fun. Dark Souls, I don't think I would do either because I just don't like the games. It's not my type. It looks really cool. Don't get me wrong, but it's not something I can enjoy, I think. But Witcher, yes, I could consider actually. Witcher would be really fun. And Baldur's Gate and any other games set in Forgotten Realms. What about Final Fantasy? If I really get into Final Fantasy, I could do a Final Fantasy lore stream, I suppose. Like, why not? Oh, but Final Fantasy lore is so much. Oh my god, I'm already intimidated. I'm already like getting a headache just thinking about it. Because this like took me what, half a year? Like proper hard work? Half a year, yeah. That will also take hours. No, months. Bro, Final Fantasy. Boo, Final Fantasy sucks. What the hell? Final Fantasy games are all kind of separate. They don't have continuous lore between games. They don't. Do what you like and everyone will love it. Aw, well, thank you. You were so close to being banned. Damn. Abuse of power? Kidding, of course. Well, thank you so much for joining. I'm so happy we did this, guys. I was really nervous for today because the last few times I've been a bit chaotic and a bit difficult. But I'm really glad that today went actually really, really smooth. And we've actually done what I set out to do. We finished it! We finished it! We did it! Wahoo! Wahoo! We finished the Elder Scroll lore. Only 20 hours, guys. Less than 20 hours, actually. Solid, solid, solid. What will you do with all this time you'll have now that you're not doing Elder Scrolls? I think I'm gonna, like, not have a purpose in my life anymore. Like, I've literally been doing this with, like, all my time. Like, when am I touch grass? Touch grass? I'm gonna touch grass? What? No, once again, you're the goat for making it happen. I appreciate you so much for this. Thank you. No problem, no problem. I've just been neglecting all my other lively duties, but it's okay. But yes, thank you so very much for joining. I do, for the future, have to do the fish stream, so the fish cooking stream. That still needs to happen, so that's definitely something we still need to look forward to. I'm so happy you enjoyed this franchise. Thank you. It was much longer than I thought it was gonna be, but honestly, I'm glad it was because it was really fun. But yeah, truly, what a gigantic effort and payoff. Thank you. No, thank you. Thank you for being so invested in this, like, silly thing I wanted to do. Like, I'm so glad you actually enjoyed it. Like, that's so cool. But yeah, good night, everyone. Eat enough and sleep enough and all that. Very, very important. Please take care of yourself. Please, please, please. And I will see. I've learned so much. I'm actually so glad you've learned something. I thought you were not going to learn anything. Like, I thought nothing was going to be new to you anymore. So it might be silly, but you're really committed to it. Very impressive. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But yeah, good night, everyone. Also, so very nice to meet everyone. But yeah, see you around. The next stream will probably be on Wednesday. I don't know when I'm gonna stream yet, but I will let you know. But yeah, good night, everyone. Bye.